Although the following modern example is obviously imperfect, let's consider a hypothetical incident where one dog bites another dog. Given the way in which pets are considered today, if one dog were to bite another, culpability and damages would be at least partially considered based on whether the dog that was bitten had instigated the aggression. If the bitten dog first attacked the other dog and was bitten in response, this would factor in greatly when considering the case. However, any damages would be paid to the owner of the dog, not to the dog itself. In some ways, this is similar to the situation described in the rape laws of the ancient Near East and in the Hebrew Bible. An offense perpetrated on the woman is not considered to be primarily against her but against the male that has control over her sexual and reproductive capabilities. Therefore, the woman's lack of consent to the sexual act is considered when clearing her of punishment, but not because the crime was committed against her, rather, it was an offense against her husband or father. Pressler summarizes it in this way: rape is considered a violation not of the girl or woman, but of her father or husband. Additionally, she writes, the laws, then, revolve around two variables, the marital status of the woman, and the woman's consent or lack of consent. The second variable, the woman's consent or lack of consent, determines whether the woman, as well as the man, is held culpable. Moving forward, therefore, we should pay close attention to 1, the marital status of the woman who is raped, and 2, whether and how the law determines that she consented to the sexual encounter. In this section, we will examine the 4 general classes into which the ancient Near Eastern legal collections distinguish women: actually married, betrothed, unbetrothed, and slave. Rape of a married woman. The first type of rape that we will deal with in its ancient Near Eastern legal context is that of an actually married woman. As we noted above, this is a situation in which a woman has both legally married her husband and the marriage has ostensibly been consummated. The wife is then attacked by another man and forced to have sexual intercourse with him. There are at least 4 laws in 3 legal collections that deal with this specific situation: Laws of Hammurabi 155, Middle Assyrian Laws A12 and A23, and Hittite Laws 197. There is no law specifically for the rape of a married woman in the Hebrew Bible. Laws of Hammurabi 155. If a man selects a bride for his son and his son carnally knows her, after which he himself then lies with her and they seize him in the act, they shall bind that man and cast him into the water. Laws of Hammurabi 155 goes with Law 156 and deals with a scenario in which a father selects a bride for his son. In 155, the father has sex with his daughter-in-law after she and his son have engaged in sexual intercourse. Driver and Miles explain, in 155, as the marriage has been consummated by the son, the father is an adulterer and is bound and thrown into the river. Although the text does not state explicitly that the woman was raped by their standards, the fact that she goes unpunished strongly suggests that, in the eyes of the law, she was not a willing participant. Let's consider, for example, Law 129, if a man's wife should be seized lying with another male, they shall bind them and cast them into the water. If the wife's master allows his wife to live, then the king shall allow his subject to live. Here, both the man and the wife are thrown into the river, indicating that both were guilty in the eyes of the law and were therefore killed. In light of this, because the wife of the son-in-law 155 is not said to be punished because of the encounter, we can likely conclude that she was not a willing participant, and this was an instance of rape. The punishment for raping a married woman in the laws of Hammurabi 155, therefore, was death. Middle Assyrian Laws A12. If a wife of a man should walk along the main thoroughfare and should a man seize her and say to her, "I want to have sex with you," she shall not consent but she shall protect herself. Should he seize her by force and fornicate with her, whether they discover him upon the woman or witnesses later prove the charges against him that he fornicated with the woman, they shall kill the man. There is no punishment for the woman. Let's just walk through this law and see what it can tell us about these two aspects of determining if it was a rape and the extent and severity of the punishment. First, the law envisions the wife of a man walking in the street, when a man grabs her and attempts to persuade her to sleep with him. The law expects the woman to put up a fight. Not only must she not consent, but she must also actively work to protect herself. If after all this it can be demonstrated that the man overpowers her, she is then in the clear. As far as the law is concerned, she will not be punished. As for the man, however, he is to be killed, since the punishment for raping a married woman was death. I want to emphasize the means by which the law determines whether the woman consented or not. She must offer resistance to the attacker. Given the location of the attack, in the main thoroughfare, it was considered quite likely that the attack would have witnesses, whether they found the man actively raping the woman or established his guilt based on later testimony. It was not enough for the woman simply not to consent, her active resistance was also required. Lafont writes, intercourse with a married woman is deemed rape when she has offered firm resistance. Middle Assyrian Laws 8:23. If a man's wife should take another man's wife into her house and give her to a man for purposes of fornication, and the man knows that she is the wife of a man, they shall treat him as one who has fornicated with the wife of another man, and they treat the female procurer just as the woman's husband treats his fornicating wife. And if the woman's husband intends to do nothing to his fornicating wife, they shall do nothing to the fornicator or to the female procurer, they shall release them. But if the man's wife does not know, and the woman who takes her into her house brings the man into her by deceit, and he then fornicates with her, if, as soon as she leaves the house, she should declare that she has been the victim of fornication, they shall release the woman, she is clear, they shall kill the fornicator and the female procurer. But if the woman should not so declare, the man shall impose whatever punishment on his wife he wishes, they shall kill the fornicator and the female procurer. We examined this law briefly when considering laws against adultery, but this rather lengthy law describes a complicated situation, and it is also relevant to our discussion on rape. A man's wife, referred to throughout as the procurer, acts to secure another married woman for another man, who knows that the procured wife is indeed married. In this case, the law describes one situation in which the procured wife is aware of what is going on and is consenting. This becomes a case of adultery as discussed above. It is the second variation in this context that we are now interested in. The second part of the law reads, but if the man's wife does not know. Here the wife who has been brought into the house was unaware that anything untoward was happening, the procuring woman tricked her. Is that sufficient to get the procured wife a not guilty verdict? No indeed. It is her responsibility, after having been tricked and raped, to publicly declare that she had been victimized, and to do so immediately. As soon as she leaves the house, she should declare that she has been the victim of fornication, they shall release the woman, she is clear. But what if she does not cry out about her rape? But if the woman should not so declare, the man shall impose whatever punishment on his wife he wishes. So, what's the rationale here? The assumption of the law is that a woman who has been raped will tell someone about her attack straight away. If she leaves the house and calls for help, saying that she has been raped, they will declare her innocent of adultery. If not, she is assumed to have willingly committed adultery, and she is subject to the punishment of her husband. Greengas explains, Middle Assyrian Laws 8:23 reveals another required feature of female response to rape, the need for her not to conceal what had happened to her, otherwise she might be accused of complicity. The punishment for the procuring wife and the man who raped or committed adultery with the woman is death. Hittite Laws 197. If a man seizes a woman in the mountains, it is the man's offense, but if he seizes her in her house, it is the woman's offense, the woman shall die. If the woman's husband discovers them in the act, he may kill them without committing a crime. We just saw that Middle Assyrian Laws 8:12 and 23 at times consider the location of the rape when deciding the guilt or innocence of the victim, given her consent or lack thereof. Here in Hittite Laws 197, the location is explicitly the determining factor. Two locations are considered in the law, a rape that occurs in the mountains and an alleged rape that occurs in the woman's house. In the first scenario, a man is described as overpowering and raping a woman in the mountains. In this case, the woman is assumed to have been raped rather than being a willing participant in the sex act. Why? It is likely that the law assumed that, if a woman were being sexually assaulted, she would have cried out for help. In the mountains, however, the chances are that there would be no one around to hear her screams. Hassa writes, man seizes a woman in the mountains, that is, somewhere in the open country. He is killed, but the woman is blameless, the assumption being that she could not defend herself or cry for help. This assumption of innocence does not extend to a sexual act that takes place in the woman's house, however. The specific rationale is not clear in the text. It is likely thought that if the woman were being raped, she would have cried out for help. If in her house, someone would have heard her cries. The requirement for this type of evidence as a means to establish culpability is found in a variety of places in the ancient Near Eastern law collections. Westbrook notes, the court might avoid resort to suprarational procedures by use of evidentiary presumptions. A number are found in the law codes. A buyer is presumed a thief if he cannot identify the seller. A woman is presumed to have consented to intercourse in the city but not in the country. A baby is presumed abandoned, not lost, if it has not been cleaned of amniotic fluid. Summary. When we consider these 4 laws concerning the rape of a married woman together, we notice that there is no specific biblical law dealing with the rape of a married woman. As we will see, there may be some logic to the omission, as a woman who is betrothed to another man is considered to be essentially the same as a married woman. The penalty for raping a married woman in each of the laws examined above, however, show consistency throughout: death to the rapist, with no punishment for the rape victim so long as her lack of consent is established according to the standards provided. Rape of a betrothed daughter. Part of the process of marriage in the ancient Near East was the betrothal period. An agreement was negotiated between the groom or his family and the family of the bride, resulting in the payment of a bride price to the father and mother of the bride. At the point of this payment, their daughter came under the control of the new husband. This agreement resulted in a new position or status for the bride: she was now betrothed. Under the law, this resulted in a different legal standing from an unbetrothed daughter. Matthews writes concerning this agreement, "T did bind the parties to a set of legal constraints that restricted all sexual rights from that moment on to the household of the bridegroom. Any infringement of these rights by other men, including the groom's father after the marriage was consummated, constituted an act of adultery or rape." In essence, the betrothed woman was considered to be already married, at least with respect to the law. Westbrook writes, "Payment of an agreed sum to the parents of the bride. This had a profound legal effect. The future bride and groom were henceforth called husband and wife, and as far as third parties were concerned they were already married, even though as between themselves the marriage was not yet complete. If the law considered a betrothed woman to be essentially already married, the bride price having already been paid, we would expect that the penalty for raping a betrothed woman would be quite similar to that of a fully married woman." 5 laws deal with the rape of a betrothed woman: Laws of Ornama 6, Laws of Eshnunna 26, Laws of Hammurabi 130 and 156, and Deuteronomy 22:25-27. Laws of Ornama 6. If a man violates the rights of another and deflowers the virgin wife of a young man, they shall kill that male. In this case, a man is infringing upon the rights of the husband of a betrothed woman, meaning that she is still a virgin. While most scholars take this law to refer to rape, Miguel Civil has argued that this law should be understood to speak about the seduction of a betrothed virgin. He proposed a slightly different translation: if a man seduces with guile a betrothed woman not yet married and takes her into household, this man will be killed. The difference is whether one reads the Sumerian verb /a, gi4/ to deflower, or /e2, gi4/ to bring into the house. Civil understood the disputed word to be the second verb, and he concluded that the cases in 6 and 8 deal not with rape, but with seduction by deceit. The fact that only the man was condemned to death in this law seems to indicate that the sex act was not consensual. In fact, in the following law, we read, if the wife of a young man, on her own initiative, approaches a man and initiates sexual relations with him, they shall kill that woman, that male shall be released. Here the woman is clearly complicit in the sex act and is punished accordingly. What seems clear about laws of Ornament 6 is that the woman is not punished, which would appear to indicate that she was not considered to have consented to the sex act. Lafont and Westbrook agree, LU 6 punishes the rape and defloration of a married virgin with death. Similarly, Barmash writes, adultery is an independent topos in the Hittite laws, as are rape and accusations of adultery in the laws of Ornament. Therefore, the law appears to hold the betrothed woman innocent, while condemning the man, be he a rapist or a seducer, to death. Laws of Eshnunit 26. If a man brings the bride wealth for the daughter of a man, but another, without the consent of her father and mother, abducts her and then deflowers her, it is indeed a capital offense, he shall die. Here is a clear case of a betrothed woman, which is spelled out explicitly in the law. The bride wealth is indeed the teridum referred to above, a man has paid the bride price to this woman's father. After the payment has been made, the woman is, in the eyes of the law, the wife of this man. Following the transaction, another man abducts her and rapes her. It is worth taking some time to clearly establish the intent of this law. There are two words that appear in the text that need to be considered when describing the scenario that is envisioned. The first is abduct. Depending on the context, the verb can mean to take away by force, to abduct, to rob a person, to plunder, despoil. This is clearly a word that is used to describe force. The second word is deflower. What does this actually entail? The verb is nikabu, which is the Akkadian word that is used to translate the Sumerian /a, gi4/ that we saw in the laws of Ornament 6 above. The verb occurs twice in the laws of Eshnunna and once in a letter from the early 2nd millennium BCE, which speaks of two slaves being raped in a storehouse. The Sumerian /a, gi4/ occurs in similar contexts, often indicating rape in particular. For example, Pn, the son of Pn2, seized Pn3, the slave girl of Pn4, he brought her into the market stall and raped her. After he had raped her, and declared, Pn seized my slave girl, brought her into the market stall and raped her, Pn, and declared, I did not seize his slave girl and I did not rape her. Given the language of forced abduction, deflowering/rape, and the lack of any punishment for the woman, this is certainly a case of rape. It becomes clear, therefore, that the bride wife, for whom the bride price has been paid to her parents, was raped by another man, and he suffered capital punishment for his crime. Laws of Hammurabi 130. If a man pins down another man's virgin wife who is still residing in her father's house, and they seize him lying with her, that man shall be killed, that woman shall be released. Here the law is providing explicit details that help clarify the specific circumstance that is being addressed. The word translated pins down is the Akkadian word kabalu, which has as its basic meaning, to be paralyzed, to be lame. The particular form of the verb in this law means to make immobile, to hinder movements. The man is forcing himself upon the betrothed woman, rendering her immobile. The betrothed status of the woman is also made quite clear in the law. She is referred to as a man's virgin wife who is still residing in her father's house. She is identified as a wife, indicating that the bride price has already been paid, yet she still lives in her father's house. This particular law describes the man being caught in the act. The penalty for raping another man's betrothed wife was death. The woman, however, was to be released, as she did not consent to the sexual encounter. Huffman similarly concludes, LH 130 provides the example of a man caught forcing himself on another man's virgin wife who is still residing in her father's house, i.e. a young woman. That man shall be killed but the woman is not punished. Laws of Hammurabi 156. If a man selects a bride for his son and his son does not yet carnally know her, and he himself then lies with her, he shall weigh and deliver to her 30 shekels of silver, moreover, he shall restore to her whatever she brought from her father's house, and a husband of her choice shall marry her. This is an interesting law in that it deals with a betrothed woman that has been selected for the husband by his father. In Law 155, we saw a scenario where the son/husband has sex with his wife, after which his father rapes her. This was punished by death. Here, however, the father commits the same act before his son and new bride have engaged in sexual intercourse. We would expect, nevertheless, that the father would be killed, as the law sees the betrothed woman to be the same as a wife in this aspect. However, the father is not killed, but is required to make a monetary payment of 30 shekels of silver to the betrothed wife. In addition, he returns to her the money or property that she came into his household with, and she gets to decide whom she will marry. Other laws in the laws of Hammurabi provide the woman with the choice to marry whom she will. In each case, the phrase "a husband of her choice shall marry her" is used. Westbrook notes, contemporary evidence as there is suggests that the wife on termination of the marriage was a free agent. In Codex Hammurabi, the most common phrase is "the husband of her choice may marry her." Why the lighter sentence on the father? It seems likely that the father's role in obtaining a wife for his son granted him a certain amount of discretion, as he was able to select the bride and determine to whom he would assign her as a wife. As the marriage had not yet been consummated, it seems to have been considered a less serious legal infraction for the father to sleep with the betrothed daughter of his son. Driver and Miles write, here the father's offense is not regarded as adultery and he is not punished with death, as is the man in 130 who has violated an inchoately married wife. The reason why the father is not treated as an adulterer may be that in contract annikalatuti the acquirer of the girl frequently has a choice in the disposal of her and may sometimes take her himself in preference to assigning her to any of his sons. Deuteronomy 22:25-27. But if a man finds the young, betrothed woman in the field, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then the man who lay with her alone will die. But to the young woman you shall not do anything, for the woman has no sin deserving of death, because just as a man rises up against his neighbor and murders him, so also is this matter. Because if he found her in the field, the young, betrothed woman cried out, but she had no rescuer. There is near unanimity among biblical scholars that these verses describe a man raping a betrothed woman. There are several indicators in the text that lead to the conclusion that this is a case of rape. Let's take them in the order that they appear in the passage. First, the form of the verb bezak to seize, as it appears here, is commonly used to describe forcefully grabbing someone or something. For example, in Deuteronomy 25:11 we read, if men fight together with one another and the wife of one comes near to rescue her husband from the hand of his attacker, and she stretches out her hand and grabs his genitals. In addition, in 2 Samuel 2:16a, and each man seized the head of his opponent and his sword into the side of his opponent, and they fell together. Nelson argues that Proverbs 7:13 may provide a counter-example, where the seizing appears in a sexual context that is not indicative of rape. He writes, does this verb indicate forceful rape or merely an embrace in the course of seduction? Nonviolent seduction is possible and is suggested by Prov 7:13. But the passage in Proverbs 7 depicts a woman who is working hard to seduce a man, even lying in ambush for her target. Fox says concerning this ambush, this is an aggressive action, one expected of a hunter, a lion, an army, a robber, or the like. This woman is rapacious, a predator of young men. Furthermore, the verb bezak is included here in Deuteronomy 22:25, but is also absent in verse 23, which appears to describe a consensual encounter. Notice the difference between Deuteronomy 22:23 and 25. 22:23, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her. 22:25 but if a man finds the young, betrothed woman in the field, and the man seizes her and lies with her. The addition of seizes her in verse 25 seems to function to differentiate between the two incidents. In the former, a man finds a woman and lies with her in the city. In this encounter, she is assumed to have consented. In the latter, the addition of seize to the text strongly indicates that the writer is distinguishing the second from the first as an act of force. This conclusion is confirmed in the rest of Deuteronomy 22:25-27. We next notice that it is only the man that is punished because of this interaction. This is in contrast to what we read in verses 22 and 23-24, where the woman is determined to have consented to the sexual act, which leads to the death penalty for both her and the man. But as the woman is explicitly not punished here in verses 25-27, this is strong evidence that the sexual act is not considered consensual by the writer. The point is further driven home by comparing the situation to a man killing his neighbor. Craigie writes, as in a murder case, the woman was an unwilling victim of an attack. She suffered as a result of the attack but was in no sense culpable. Finally, the use of the word mashi, a rescuer, in verse 27 clearly indicates that she was at the mercy of her attacker. The word appears in a number of contexts in the Hebrew Bible, where it indicates one who rescues or delivers an oppressed individual or group. Passages like Judges 3:9 make this use clear, and the children of Israel cried out to Yahweh, and Yahweh raised up a rescuer for the children of Israel to save them, Othniel, son of Kenan, younger brother of Caleb. In other words, the law considered that the woman in this particular context was in need of a rescuer, which would only be necessary if she were a victim in this sexual encounter. We see, therefore, that the penalty for a man raping a betrothed woman is death. Summary. When we consider the laws in the ancient Near Eastern legal collections, we see that the laws of Ur-Nammu 6, laws of Eshnunit 26, laws of Hammurabi 130, and Deuteronomy 22:25-27 all concern the rape of a betrothed bride and prescribe death for the rapist. The only exception is laws of Hammurabi 156, which prescribes only a monetary payment and return of the victim's dowry. As we saw, the lighter punishment is likely due to the father's right to assign the bride-to-be to whomever he wishes, even to himself. As the marriage to his son had not yet been consummated, the infraction and associated punishment were far less severe. In short, we see that the rape of both an already married and betrothed/inchoate bride carry the penalty of death for the rapist. Rape of an unbetrothed virgin daughter. We have thus far examined the laws concerning the rape of an already married woman and those of the similarly situated betrothed bride. Almost every instance involves death for the rapist. But what about the rape of an unattached virgin daughter? Remember, the two significant factors in each law are the marital status of the woman and the determination of consent to the sex act. If the woman is neither married nor betrothed to another man, would the penalty for raping her be comparable to that for a married/betrothed woman? Spoiler, it is not. Middle Assyrian Laws A55. If a man forcibly seizes and rapes a maiden who is residing in her father's house, who is not betrothed, whose is not opened, who is not married, and against whose father's house there is no outstanding claim, whether within the city or in the countryside, or at night whether in the main thoroughfare, or in a granary, or during the city festival, the father of the maiden shall take the wife of the fornicator of the maiden and hand her over to be raped. He shall not return her to her husband. But he shall take her, the father shall give his daughter who is the victim of fornication into the protection of the household of her fornicator. If he has no wife, the fornicator shall give triple the silver as the value of the maiden to her father, her fornicator shall marry her, he shall not reject her. If the father does not desire it so, he shall receive triple silver for the maiden, and he shall give his daughter in marriage to whomever he chooses. It's a longer law, I know, and there is a lot going on. Let's see if we can break it down into smaller parts to make it clearer. First, the language of force used in the law is quite pronounced. The Akkadian words for forcibly, seize, and rape make it absolutely clear that this is not a consensual encounter between the man and the virgin daughter, but an obvious case of rape. The law then goes on to emphasize that this woman is not attached to a husband, either as a wife or as a betrothed wife. The law then proceeds to say, essentially, it doesn't matter where the rape is committed, the outcome will be the same. The punishment here is quite complex. First, there is an eye for an eye type of retribution. If the perpetrator has a wife, the father of the victim is to take the man's wife and rape her, ostensibly keeping her for himself. The father will then give his daughter to her attacker to marry. If the perpetrator has no wife, then he is to pay the father a hefty fine in silver and marry the victim, never to divorce her. However, the father may not want to give his daughter to the rapist. In that case, he is allowed to receive the large sum of silver and give her to someone else as a wife. In all of this, it is important to focus in on how the rape is treated. First, it is considered a crime against the father, not against the daughter. Westbrook writes, rape of an unbetrothed maiden was an offense against her father. Note that the different penalties are paid to or benefit the father, not the daughter. The father is considered to be the victim. Second, the penalty for the rapist is far less severe, as the victim is not a married or betrothed woman. Because the offense could effectively be eliminated by the rapist marrying the victim, a situation in which the father would receive compensation well in excess of the full value of his daughter, the death penalty is not prescribed. As we will see, this principle also applies in the biblical texts. Deuteronomy 22:28-29. If a man finds a young virgin woman, who is not betrothed, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who laid with her will give to the father of the young woman 50 silver, and she will become his wife. Because he devalued her, he is not able to divorce her all his days. Of all the passages about rape in the biblical laws, these two verses are among the more hotly debated. Perhaps the most significant part of the debate is over the meaning of the Hebrew word tafas, to seize. If the nuance of the verb to seize is to grab by force, then this passage is almost certainly about rape. However, if it simply means to take hold of or to embrace, then it could be argued that this is a case of seduction or of consensual sex. For example, Lundbaum writes that the verb to seize need not imply force. Fremerkensky states, the third law involves sex with an unengaged girl but does not state that she was overpowered. Let's take a look at the broader usage of the word tafas and see how we should translate it. The verb occurs 65 times in the Hebrew Bible in a total of 60 verses. When we examined some of the uses of the word azak, to seize, above, we saw that some contexts might allow for a more idiomatic or nuanced meaning. However, with the verb tafas, there is a clear and consistent use of the verb, particularly when it concerns seizing people. We won't go into all 65 occurrences of the verb, as a sampling of examples will more than suffice. There are several passages in which the verb is used by a ruling official to command that someone be seized or arrested. In 1 Kings 13:4 we read, "And when the king heard the word of the man of God who called out concerning the altar in Bethel, Jeroboam stretched out his hand from the altar saying, Seize him." Similarly, in 1 Kings 18:40 we read, "And Elijah said to them, Seize the prophets of Baal. Do not let anyone escape." And they seized them, and Elijah brought them down to the Wadi Kishon and executed them there. Several other verses contain similar commands or descriptions of seizing/arresting actions. In fact, of the 65 occurrences of the verb, at least 39 involve the idea of seizing, grabbing forcefully, or capturing. Most of the remaining uses describe someone grabbing a weapon to wield or an instrument to play. With all of this in mind, let's return to Deuteronomy 22:28. If a man finds a young virgin woman, who is not betrothed, and seizes her and lies with her, in keeping with the overwhelming majority of occurrences in which people are the objects of seizure, this verse certainly should be understood as the man grabbing/restricting/forcing the woman to lie with him. These data have led most scholars to conclude that this is a forced sexual act. For example, Otto writes, "In case that the same happened to a not yet inchoately married girl, who was not subject to marriage laws, it was not a case of death penalty, neither for the man nor the girl, but a matter of compensation, even if the man caught the girl by force. Similarly, Nelson concludes, in regard to v28, some suggest that tapas, seize, could be understood simply as hold, as in Amos 2:15. When used with people as its object, however, tapas always means hold by force. If the verb denotes forcible seizing of the woman by the man, why would some scholars entertain the idea that this is seduction rather than rape? Part of the issue is the phrase "they are found." Nelson explains, that they are discovered might suggest some responsibility on her part. He refers to verse 22, the opening portion of which reads, "If a man is found lying with a woman." The argument would be that, if both the man and the woman are found or discovered, this would include her in the wrongdoing. However, verse 22 does not appear to support this position, as only the man is found here, but both the man and the woman are to be killed, as they are guilty of adultery. It seems as though the act of the two being found in verse 28 does not indicate the guilt of the woman. Further evidence that the passage describes forcible rape can be found in the apparent increased monetary value of the penalty imposed upon the man. Verse 29 states that the rapist will have to pay 50 pieces of silver to the father, a seemingly high amount for just a bride price, and he will not be allowed to divorce her. By comparison, in Exodus 22:16-17, a man who entices a virgin daughter to sleep with him must pay the bride price. Tighe argues, if the seducer of Exodus 22:16 is required to pay an average bride price, the 50 shekels paid by the rapist probably presents a combination of an average bride price plus punitive damages. However, it may be that the 50 shekels was simply the standard bride price at the time of writing, as the 100 shekels of silver paid to the father in Deuteronomy 22:19 may represent double the bride price. But if there is an additional monetary penalty assigned to the man, this would also suggest that the guilt lies with the man, not with the woman. In either case, given both the context of the case, the prohibition for the man against divorcing the wife, and the verb used to describe the aggression in the act, this is almost certainly a case of rape. Summary. Although the rape of a married or betrothed woman was considered a major offense to the husband, requiring the death penalty of the perpetrator, this significance did not extend to the rape of a virgin, unbetrothed daughter. In Middle Assyrian laws A55, we saw that the rapist was to hand over his wife, if he had one, to the father of the rape victim to be raped herself. The daughter was then to be given to the rapist to marry. If the rapist had no wife, he was to pay a substantial financial penalty and was required to marry the daughter. However, the father could refuse to give his daughter and would still be entitled to the monetary payment. A similar legal remedy appears in Deuteronomy 22:28-29, where the rapist must pay a hefty fine and must marry the daughter, never to divorce her. In neither case is the death penalty even considered. Nelson explains. In the case of the virgin who is not engaged, there is no question of a capital offense because no marriage or betrothal has been compromised. The issue is rather the loss of reduction in value of her bride price, and it is the father who is the injured party. Rape of a slave. We have seen the penalties that were to be meted out for raping a married, betrothed, or unbetrothed woman, but what about the rape of a slave? If the marital status of a woman was a significant factor in determining the punishment of a rapist, we might expect that the rape of a slave woman would bring about even lighter punishment. This indeed is the case. 3 laws concern the rape of a slave woman: Laws of Ornament 8, Laws of Eshnunna 31, and Leviticus 19:20-22. Laws of Ornament 8. If a man acts in violation of the rights of another and deflowers the virgin slave woman of a man, he shall weigh and deliver 5 shekels of silver. If you recall from our discussion above, Laws of Ornament 6 dealt with a man raping a married woman and mandated that he incur the death penalty. In the case of a slave, however, the law only calls for a monetary payment to be made. Lafont and Westbrook write, LU 6 punishes the rape and defloration of a married virgin with death. For the same offense against a slave girl, the penalty is 5 shekels. As we will see below, this is almost certainly to be paid to the owner of the slave and not to the slave herself. Laws of Eshnana 31. If a man should deflower the slave woman of another man, he shall weigh and deliver 20 shekels of silver, but the slave woman remains the property of her master. As we saw above, the laws of Eshnana punished a man who raped a betrothed woman with the death penalty. The verb deflower is akadion nikabu, to deflower, rape in both laws 26 and 31. Thus, the nature of the crime is, in the action, the same. However, as with the laws of Ornama 9 above, the penalty for raping a slave is far less severe than raping a married or betrothed woman. The penalty here, however, is more substantial than what we saw in the laws of Ornama 8. Further complicating this issue of penalty is a case that is reported to have taken place in the city of Nippur, where a man seized a female slave and raped her. Afterwards, the owner of the slave girl took him before the assembly to get a judgment for compensation. However, the rapist denied having raped his slave, and witnesses had to be called to confirm the rape. In the end, a judgment of 30 shekels of silver was laid against the rapist to be paid to the owner of the slave. Finkelstein thought that the increased penalty might have been because time and resources had to be expended to bring the rapist to justice. Whatever the variation in monetary penalty, the salient point is that the infraction for raping another man's slave is always monetary, and the fine is not paid to the slave, but to her owner. Westbrook writes, to almost every discussion of injury or death in the law codes there is a rider for the case where the victim was a slave. In all cases, the remedy is evidently compensation for the owner for loss or damage to his property. For deflowering another's slave girl, the payment is 20 shekels, with the proviso that the slave remains the property of her master. Thus, in both of the law collections and in this particular court case, the slave is not rightly considered the victim, but rather the master is the wronged party. Leviticus 19:20-22. And if a man lies with a woman and there is a seminal emission, and she is a female slave that is intended for a man but had neither been brought to ransom nor given emancipation, there will be a claim, but they will not be put to death, because there was no emancipation. And he will bring his guilt offering to Yahweh, to the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest will make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before Yahweh concerning his sin that he committed, and he will be forgiven the sin that he committed. There are several difficulties with this case. First, it appears that, because the slave woman had not yet been freed, the death penalty would not be applied. Had she been freed, she would have been guilty of adultery and would have therefore been killed. Milgram writes, on the one hand, the statement "they shall not be put to death because she has not been freed" implies that if her infidelity took place after her manumission, her paramour would have been put to death. However, given her status as a slave, it seems likely that her ability to consent was not an issue. Greengas explains, the slave woman is not punished most likely because as a slave she lacked full legal rights. As a slave, she may also not have been able to refuse the man who took her. The penalty for sleeping with an engaged but not yet emancipated slave woman was an offering of a ram. Milgram suggests that a monetary penalty is not required to be paid to the owner because of the liminal status of the slave, as she has been assigned to a man, she is not entirely his property. Herein is revealed the true marginality of the case. On the one hand, because she is betrothed, the master is, in effect, only her partial owner and therefore not entitled to compensation. On the other hand, because she still is a slave, the laws of adultery are not applicable and their penalties cannot be imposed on her paramour. Instead of a monetary payment, the law in Leviticus 19 calls for a ram to be sacrificed as a guilt offering. This was because the sin was considered to be an offense to Yahweh. For our purposes, however, the salient point is, as in the other ancient Near Eastern laws, this act did not result in restitution being made to the slave. Summary. As we saw above, there are 3 laws from the ancient Near Eastern legal collections that deal with the rape of a slave woman: laws of Ornama 8, laws of Eshnana 31, and Leviticus 19:20-22. While there is more fluidity in the differences between the penalties called for in these collections, the common thread that runs throughout is that the victim is not the slave woman herself, but her owner. This is not unlike earlier cases that involved the rape of a married, betrothed, or unbetrothed woman. The passage in Leviticus 19 proved a bit more complex in some respects, but it is clear that the penalty is far less severe for the rape of slave women than it was for free women, both in the ancient Near Eastern laws and those specifically in the Hebrew Bible. What can we say about rape in the Anna? The goal of this chapter is to ascertain two things about sexual crimes in the Old Testament: how were these crimes regarded and what were their respective punishments? How did the appraisal of these crimes and the severity of their punishments in the Old Testament compare to those in the other ancient Near Eastern law collections? Were the crimes and punishments dealt with much differently in the Hebrew Bible, or were they relatively on par, both in extent and legal rationale? In this section, we covered the various laws that deal with the different forms of rape in both the Old Testament and in the wider ancient Near East. The first was the rape of a married woman. In the laws of Hammurabi 155, Middle Assyrian laws A12, A23, and Hittite laws 197, the penalty for raping someone's wife was death. The same held true for raping a betrothed woman, who was considered under the law to be the same as a married woman, in the laws of Ur-Nammu 6, laws of Eshnunna 26, laws of Hammurabi 130, and Deuteronomy 22:25-27. However, laws of Hammurabi 156, which prescribes only a monetary payment and return of the victim's dowry. The rape of an unmarried, unbetrothed woman was considered far less severe of a crime. In Middle Assyrian laws A55 and Deuteronomy 22:28-29, the penalty for raping a woman so situated was essentially a monetary fine and the requirement for the perpetrator to marry the woman. The Middle Assyrian laws A55 added stipulations, including a form of talionic retribution. Finally, we examined the penalty for raping a slave woman. In the laws of Ur-Nammu 8, laws of Eshnunna 31, and Leviticus 19:20-22, the punishment for raping a slave was, as we might expect, monetary in nature. The payment was either made to the owner of the slave, or in the case of Leviticus, an offering made at the tabernacle. So, what is the nature of the crime of rape and the punishments it incurred in the laws of the Old Testament? It becomes clear from a straightforward reading of the text that rape was an offense against the husband, father, or owner of the woman with almost no consideration for the well-being of the woman herself. Her consent or lack thereof is factored into the case only to establish her own guilt or innocence. Did she willingly participate in the sex act? Of course, there is a great deal of debate as to whether a woman from this period actually possessed the agency for consent, or if consent in the modern sense is even considered. At a minimum, the law was interested in her willing participation only as far as it could clear her of any wrongdoing. She was not considered the proper victim of the crime or due any redress. Our second question, whether the biblical laws reflect any similarities with their ancient Near Eastern predecessors, is ultimately quite clear. Not only the punishments themselves show a remarkable consistency, but also the legal rationale behind the punishments reveals a similar logic. For example, determining whether a woman was a willing participant in a sex act can be determined by the location in which the act took place. Was it out in the field, away from crowds of people? She could be considered innocent. Was it in the city? She should be considered guilty, as she would have cried out for help and people would have heard. While we cringe at such a litmus test for determining willing participation, it shows the common logic in the laws. In short, the way that rape was determined and punished in the law collections of ancient Near East and the Old Testament shows remarkable consistency, both in their estimation of culpability and in the nature of the punishments. Conclusion. There is no question that the legal collections like the laws of Ur-Nammu, Eshnunna, and Hammurabi present a way of thinking about and adjudicating the law that is very similar to what we find in the laws of the Old Testament. This similarity also applies to the sex crimes of adultery and rape. As we systematically examine the various laws and case formulations in all these ancient Near Eastern collections, including the Hebrew Bible, we saw that the same legal rationale stood behind these laws, which often manifested itself in the marginalization of women, given the patriarchal nature of the society that produced them. Christian apologists will sometimes recognize the gross inequality between men and women as expressed in the Hebrew Bible, but quickly either dismiss or attempt to justify it. For example, Copen seeks to maintain the moral perfection of God by explaining, in Israel's legislation, God does two things: he works within a patriarchal society to point Israel to a better path, and he provides many protections and controls against abuses directed at females in admittedly substandard conditions. By this point, I suspect that this sounds unsurprising to the reader. Defending the marginalization of women in the Old Testament by appealing to God's condescension and measures of control is no different than defending the law's divine endorsement of chattel slavery. Again, my purpose here is not to engage in a theological debate with apologists. If your goal is to defend Old Testament atrocities by means of theological explanations, that is a conversation for a theologian. It's not my field. What I have been attempting in this chapter is to simply demonstrate that the laws concerning rape and adultery in the Hebrew Bible are little to no different from those in the wider ancient Near East. We have seen that, for example, when it comes to the rape of a woman, the two primary concerns are her marital status and her consent. Why should her marital status play a role in determining the punishment? Because it is a crime against a man, her husband or father, and not against the woman herself. Is the law designed to provide the woman with some protections? Sure. Does that make it less atrocious from our modern perspective? Hardly. If the law was intended to protect women, then we might hope to see some legal protection against marital rape. The Old Testament is resoundingly, troublingly, silent on this issue. The same sort of thing could be said concerning the law surrounding adultery. First, it is a crime that is committed by a married woman, not a married man. An apologist may choose to sidestep this uncomfortable fact by focusing on the issues adultery could potentially raise for inheritance. An adulterous wife can lead to children inheriting a father's property and wealth that are not his legitimate heirs, but this only reinforces the inequities inherent in patriarchal system from which it stems. Passages like Numbers 5 show clearly that, as it was in the rest of the ancient Near East, there was a clear and significant imbalance between the rights of women and those of men. The test for the unfaithful wife was just that, for the unfaithful wife. It was not for the unfaithful husband. To sum up, it is clear that the laws in the Old Testament concerning the sexual crimes of rape and adultery are on par with those in the wider ancient Near East and can in no way be considered progressive for their time. Attempts by apologists to defend these laws and justify the morality that is assumed to be connected to God through these divine commands are incredibly problematic and demonstrate the consistent issue with apologetics in general, beginning with one's conclusion and defending said position. To highlight just how problematic these types of defenses and justifications are, let's close with a quote from Daniel Block, a rigorous Hebrew Bible scholar, who has produced wonderful exegetical work on books like Ezekiel. However, even he is not above defending his theological commitments in an alarming way. In Ezekiel 16, Israel is compared to an adulterous wife who is playing the harlot, committing adultery against her husband, Yahweh. The text metaphorically depicts Yahweh as a man who takes Israel, who had nothing and no one, and rescues her, lavishing great gifts and care upon her. However, in spite of his exceptional treatment of her, she spurns his gifts and goes after other lovers. Yahweh then visits punishment and wrath upon his adulterous wife for her faithlessness. His violent reprisals as they are described in the metaphor are disturbing, and these have caused no small amount of difficulty for those trying to explain how the metaphor could be considered appropriate, given their depiction of a biblical marriage. Is this really how a husband was expected to treat his wife? In his commentary on this passage, Block provides a brief excursus, where he seeks to defend this passage and the violent and misogynistic metaphor it utilizes. I find one section particularly disturbing, and as we close this chapter, I would like the reader to simply take it in and sit with it for a few minutes before going on to the next chapter. Christian apologists, please do better. Far from Yahweh acting as an oppressive and powerful male who takes advantage of a weak and vulnerable female, Ezek 16 presents Yahweh as a gracious Savior who lavishes his favors on this helpless infant/young woman. But she who tramples underfoot his grace may expect to experience his wrath. Chapter 7. Did the Old Testament plagiarize? Introduction. I deconverted from Christianity in 2009, during my first year in the PhD program at the Johns Hopkins University. Leading up to my deconversion, I had been the associate pastor at a church in Virginia, responsible for, among other things, several in-depth studies into the biblical texts. I was asked one Sunday in 2010 to fill in for one of the Sunday school teachers and lead one of the adult classes on something from the Old Testament. I thought it might be a good idea to present some of the difficulties with understanding the Hebrew Bible in its wider ancient Near Eastern context. My message was essentially, things are more complicated than you think, but there are good scholars working on the problems. Although I was not convinced by the solutions provided by these evangelical scholars, I thought the congregation should know that these issues were known to the academic community and scholars were able to maintain their faith in spite of them. I had trained the people of this congregation to trust the Bible as the inspired, inerrant Word of God. However, I had come to see that there were significant problems with this position. By showing the congregation that these problems existed, but that well-trained Christian scholars were able to maintain their faith in spite of them, I thought it would be an eye-opening and encouraging experience. I could not have been more wrong. I opened the class with a PowerPoint. On the screen there was a passage from the book of 2 Corinthians, but without any reference to the book, chapter, or verse. It was not a well-known or common group of verses, and I chose them for that reason. Who are my serious Bible scholars? I asked with a smile. Who can tell me where these verses are from? After only a moment or two, several hands went up, and the class was able to identify the passage from which these verses were taken. I then clicked to the next slide, and a section of Ezekiel chapter 1 appeared on the screen, again, with no reference to where it came from. What about this one? I asked. Again, with little delay, several people in the group were able to identify the chapter. If there is one thing that you cannot take away from fundamentalist evangelical Christians, it is that they know their way around the Bible very well. I then pushed the small clicker in my hand, and the following lines appeared on the screen. The seventh day when it came, I brought out a dove, I let it loose, off went the dove but then it returned, there was no place to land, so back it came to me. I brought out a swallow, I let it loose, off went the swallow but then it returned, there was no place to land, so it came back to me. I brought out a raven, I let it loose, off went the raven, it saw the waters receding, finding food, bowing and bobbing, it did not come back to me. As you might imagine, it took only a few seconds for most every hand around the room to go up. Everyone knew this passage from the Bible, right? I mean, who hasn't read the famous story of Noah and the worldwide flood? That's the flood story. Genesis 6-9. Everyone nodded in agreement. I then clicked the button one last time, and the citation slowly faded onto the screen, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 147 to 156. Stunned silence. After what seemed like an eternity, I broke the silence by saying, and this story predates that biblical story, in one form or another, by perhaps as much as 1,000 years or more. After another period of silence, someone in the back said, "You're just mistaken." The next 45 minutes saw us moving no further with the topic, but rather involved me attempting to convince the group that the Mesopotamian flood tradition clearly predates the biblical story. This, of course, met with continual resistance and ultimately resulted in a very angry individual staying after class for almost an hour. This gentleman told me in very forceful and demeaning terms how I simply had no idea what I was talking about. The Bible did not get that story from Mesopotamia. But why such a vitriolic response from that group of church attendees? Why would they be so threatened by the idea that the Old Testament got the flood narrative, along with many other literary traditions, from another, earlier ancient Near Eastern culture? In my experience, certain views of the inspiration of the Bible require that it be a type of standalone text, handed down by God from on high, taking nothing and relying in no way on the cultures and traditions around the ancient authors. It is thought, under this interpretive model, that the biblical authors are being accused of stealing or plagiarizing these stories from the surrounding nations, thereby invalidating their divine source and authority. This, in my opinion, is greatly misguided. My goal in this chapter will not be all that different from my goal in that Sunday school class in 2010. I will lay out the case that 1. Many of the stories, traditions, themes, and motifs find their origins in other, earlier ancient Near Eastern mythologies. 2. The utilization of such texts and traditions should not be thought of as plagiarism, and 3. While these conclusions have led me and others down the path away from the Christian faith, this need not be the case for every believer. One can maintain their faith despite these types of literary borrowings. In order to build my argument, I will structure the chapter in the following way. First, we need to explain what we mean when we talk about plagiarism. What is it that people mean when they use this term in modern circles, and specifically in the context of the Bible and other ancient Near Eastern texts? We need to examine what implications follow from assuming that the biblical writers plagiarized earlier sources when constructing their own stories and mythologies, and if such a charge is warranted. In other words, should we conclude that the people in the ancient Near East thought in these terms? We then need to spend some time defining our terms. What do we mean when we use words like borrow, intertextuality, echo, and allusion? While there is overlap between many of these words in their meaning and usage, in this context, it is incredibly important to be precise in our language. What is the difference between an echo and an allusion, and why does it matter? We will address questions like these in some detail, providing examples along the way. At that point the reader might be anxious to dive right into the Old Testament to see how the authors made use of other ancient Near Eastern traditions and stories. But let's slow our roll. We should take a bit of time and see how other cultures, for which we have a great deal of textual evidence, practice these same types of literary borrowings. To that end, I will walk the reader through an example that comes from Akkadian literary texts from Mesopotamia in the 2nd and 1st millennia BCE, where a story called the Anzu myth is used by the later Enuma Elish. In the latter composition, parts of the earlier myth are reused and reworked for the author's new purposes, all within the context of Akkadian literature. With this process clear in our minds, we will then turn to the Old Testament. Beginning with Genesis 1-11, we will look at how passages like Genesis 1 use and respond to Mesopotamian stories like Enuma Elish, or how Genesis 6-9 engages with and reworks the earlier flood traditions. In doing so, we will see how the biblical authors utilized themes, motifs, and other literary features of the time to make their own theological messages clear to their audiences. In the end, we will review what we have learned in an attempt to rethink how we should come at these ancient texts. Should we view a biblical writer utilizing an earlier, foreign story or myth, working it into their own textual production, as a form of ancient plagiarism, or is there another way to interpret this practice? Let's find out. What is plagiarism? The summer before I started my doctoral work, the school required me, along with all the other first-year students, to attend a multi-day orientation at the campus. Much of the information was mundane: this way to the cafeteria, here is where the administrative buildings are, if you have a problem with X, be sure to contact someone in this office, etc. However, an entire presentation was dedicated only to plagiarism, what it is, why it's wrong, and what will happen if you do it. There were different ways that someone could plagiarize, primarily intentionally and unintentionally. But the overarching point was that plagiarism was a form of intellectual theft. A page on one of the Oxford University websites, intended to be utilized by students, defines plagiarism as presenting someone else's work or ideas as your own, with or without their consent, by incorporating it into your work without full acknowledgement. Plagiarism may be intentional or reckless, or unintentional. Notice that there is the assumption of intellectual property, someone else's work or ideas. In other words, an individual owns and has rights to their original thoughts and ideas. Without going into a great deal of detail, this is wrapped up with the concept of authorship. Van der Toorn writes, "Nor is the modern notion of authorship adequate to describe the realities of literary creation in antiquity. Books have authors, but the writers of texts of the ancient Near East are, as a rule, anonymous. That fact need not imply that there were no authors, simply that those who wrote texts were not authors in our sense of the word. Our preoccupation with originality would have been foreign to them, nor did they care about intellectual property." Writing about the Hebrew prophets, Klaus Cook explains, "The prophetic literature of Israel was transmitted to the usual manner of sacred literature in the ancient Near East. In its civilizations, no ideas of literary originality, of plagiarism, or of mental theft were known. On the contrary, it was a matter of course that authoritative writings sometimes required actualization by supplementary remarks or even by verbal alterations in spite of a still remembered origin with a spiritual hero of the past. Quite directly, Van der Toorn states, copying from another author was not a deadly sin. If the modern ideas of authorship and plagiarism were not present in the ancient Near East, how does this affect the way we think about the writers, editors, and compilers of the Hebrew Bible? As our modern concepts of intellectual property and stealing ideas were not in play at the time, we can safely rid ourselves of the notion that, if the biblical authors utilized an older text, incorporating some or many aspects of it into their own story, then they stole the idea, thus invalidating its possible divine authority. Rather, this was the way that ancient composers thought. It is not unlike, at least in some respects, someone giving a public prayer today. Have you ever been asked to pray before a public event, or even before a holiday meal with friends and family around? If you know ahead of time that you will be asked to make this type of speech, then you might take the time to jot down some notes to organize your thoughts or, if the event is large enough, script out your invocation. When you write out a prayer, you often find that you not only repeat certain phrases or lines that you have used many times before, but that did not originate with you. Does this mean that you plagiarized? Did you steal someone else's intellectual property? No, of course not. We hold the authority of such words and phrases to be more important than whether they are original to us. In fact, we often don't want people to come up with new and innovative versions of certain cultural elements. Think about an old hymn that was remade and updated into a type of praise and worship song. Many cringe when they hear iconic songs updated in this way. This, I suspect, is why Christmas music lags so far behind the mainstream. People just want the good old songs. In the same way, sacred texts, including things like modern prayers and ancient compositions, are prized when they invoke traditional language and phraseology. In fact, it is precisely the familiarity of stock words and phrases that often imbue such profound meaning into our prayers, and so it was with these ancient writers and audiences. Borrowing. Defining terms. One of the more frustrating aspects of discussing contentious issues with people is not being sure what the other person means when they use a particular term. Someone recently asked me if I thought that the Exodus from Egypt really happened, to which I had to respond, well, I suppose it depends on what you mean by Exodus and happened. These types of responses are not meant to be coy, but rather to be precise. For example, if Exodus is meant as a historical event as described in the narrative in the Hebrew Bible, and happened as to occur close to or exactly as the narrative described, then no, I do not think the Exodus really happened. However, If Exodus is meant as any event involving individuals or groups of Semitic people leaving Egypt and moving into Canaan to either ultimately become or join to a group that would come to be known as Israel, then yes, I think that is probable. As you can see, defining one's terms can make a big difference in how we understand and respond to questions. In the same way, it is critical that we try to be precise when describing the relationships between texts in the Hebrew Bible and those from the wider ancient Near East. When we say that the Old Testament borrowed such and such story, what do we actually mean by borrowed? When someone writes that this phrase is an echo of another text, and someone argues back that it is instead an allusion, what is the difference? In this section, I would like to lay out some of the basic terminology that appears in discussions of intertextuality among ancient compositions. Zivit defines intertextuality as studying texts by reading them against each other or to a theory about the relationships between texts. Let's begin with borrowing. When someone says that aspects of a certain story are borrowed from another story, this generally means that the story in question used the same themes, motifs, or what have you that are clearly identifiable in the earlier story. Pretty straightforward, right? It is slightly more complex. First, we should give the borrowing text and the borrowed text more precise labels. If Isaiah 27:1 borrowed a particular phrase from the Ugaritic Baal cycle, then we would say that Isaiah 27:1 is the receptor text and the Ugaritic Baal cycle is the source text. You may also see the receptor text being referred to as the alluding text, with the source text labeled the evoked text. There are other ways that these two can be labeled, but being familiar with this type of language can be very useful in these discussions. When we consider these types of borrowings, they can be intentional, where the author of the receptor text is purposefully using material from a source text. However, these instances are not all the same, there are varying types of intentionality. For example, the author might be intentionally drawing on a motif found in a composition but does not have the specific text in mind when doing so. If someone were to say, to be or not to be, they might be thinking specifically of the play Hamlet, but they may simply be thinking of something that Shakespeare generally wrote, or just something from poetry. In other words, they are clearly using what they know is a well-known quote, but they may not know exactly where it comes from, and they may be using it in a very different way than it was at first intended. Unintentional or unconscious borrowings can occur, for example, when the author utilizes part of a text but is unaware that he has done so. I quote the 90s sitcom Seinfeld a lot, and I suspect that my children have heard me use sayings from various episodes in contexts where they have clear meaning. It would be nothing for my son to go to school and say, "Serenity now," without being aware that it was said by Frank Costanza. Seinfeld also provides a good example of merely coincidental language being used in a text that is not actually referring to a specific portion of an earlier composition. If my daughter were to say to one of her friends, "Yada yada yada," although this is a very popular quote from the episode entitled "The Yada Yada," the phrase is in common usage, so it may have no relation whatsoever to either the Seinfeld episode or to me quoting it at home. It would be very clear, however, if she used the term sponge-worthy, as this uniquely has its origins in the Sponge episode. In other words, it can be very difficult in the context of ancient literature to determine if one author is intentionally or consciously borrowing from another text and to what degree they are doing so. So how do we go about determining the type of borrowing that is going on between two texts, or if there is borrowing going on at all? An excellent resource for delving into these types of questions is a recently edited volume by Zionis of it already cited above, entitled Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Written by some incredible specialists in the field, the articles in this volume deal with things like defining particular terms when discussing intertextuality, proper methods for identifying such relationships between texts, and specific test cases for these types of interactions. A contribution by Joseph Kelly draws on the work of Ziva Ben-Porad, who argued that someone who reads a text that contains borrowed language will undergo 4 stages of recognition and interpretation when confronted with the source material. Kelly writes, in the first stage, readers recognize a marker that refers to an independent text. In other words, this is the stage where the reader looks at a text and notices that it is pulling language from an earlier text. The second stage results in the reader determining which text is being referred to by a word, phrase, etc. The difference here is similar to hearing someone say "Bye Felicia." After determining that it sounds out of place, like someone is using a known saying to make a point, it clicks that it comes from the movie Friday. This leads us into the third and fourth stages, which involve the reader understanding how and why the writer of the receptor text is using the language from the source text, how both the alluded to word or phrase functioned in its original context and how it is being applied in the new text. Let me try to illustrate using the example of the phrase "Bye Felicia" from above. In the movie Friday, a woman named Felicia approaches the two main characters, Smokey and Craig, asking Smokey if she can borrow certain items from him. Smokey refuses, and she makes a last-ditch effort and appeals to Craig. His response, without even looking at her, he says, "Bye Felicia." His meaning was clear, he was not going to entertain her requests, and she should just move on. Now let's say you were surfing through Twitter and came upon a heated conversation between two people about slavery in the Old Testament. Following a series of exchanges, it became clear that one was tiring of going back and forth to no apparent end. After earnest and direct attempts to end the conversation, the other person came back with another series of questions and challenges, to which the first person responded, "Bye Felicia." How would Ben Porrett's 4 stages of source recognition apply to this example? First, you might read through the final post and say to yourself, "That sounds oddly out of place, the other person's name is not Felicia." Then, it might dawn on you that this is a popular phrase that comes from the movie Friday. You would then think back to how the line was used in the movie, remembering that it was uttered to effectively dismiss one of the characters, refusing to let her borrow anything and ending the conversation. This does not straightforwardly apply to the Twitter conversation, the person is not asking to borrow anything. Nevertheless, it is clear that the phrase is being used in this new context to dismiss the other person. Thus, the phrase may begin to take on a new meaning, with the source text and receptor text working together to forge a new usage. Do we see these types of things happening in the Old Testament? All the time. A good example might be Genesis 6, where, if read in isolation, one might not see the significance of the text going to great lengths to provide Yahweh's rationale for sending the worldwide flood to destroy all humanity. We will discuss this story in greater detail below, but when we read it in light of the Mesopotamian flood traditions, it becomes clear that the writer of Genesis 6 is telling the reader that, in contrast to the God Enlil, Yahweh is not evil for sending such a flood, but was rather completely morally justified in doing so. This provides new meaning, negotiated between the source and receptor texts and the reader, for the broader context of the receptor or alluding text in this case, Genesis 6-9. Now that we know about these 4 stages, let's transition to determining when a text is borrowing from another by honing in on the first 2 stages in the experience of the reader, identifying the alluded to language and determining from which text it originally came. How do we, as modern readers, attempt to determine where such borrowing exists? Most often, the primary way or criterion that we use to determine if a text is using an earlier one is shared language, or the use of things like words and phrases that appear in the receptor text that match those from a source text. But we can't just assume that, when 2 texts have similar language, that one must be referring to or thinking of the other. Remember, it could just be a coincidence that my daughter said yada yada yada, as it is a common enough turn of phrase. Nevertheless, Kelly notes that things like rare or unique words and phrases, or an increased amount of textual overlap between 2 texts, strengthens the likelihood that one is utilizing the other. He writes, "When verbal correspondence concerns unique lexical congruity, there are fewer explanations that would preclude literary borrowing. Consequently, unique lexical congruity represents the strongest form of reference than correspondence based on commonplace vocabulary. These types of shared language that appear in both the source and receptor texts are classified in different ways by scholars, depending on how they function in the new text. Two of the common categories that shared language fall into are allusions and echoes. Zivit explains that there are some difficulties with how we classify these types of intertextuality. A consideration of adjectives used to describe allusions suggest how useful allusion may be as a general term, but how useless it is when referring to a specific type of relationship between an alluding text and its earlier target or inspiration. He argues, therefore, that the word allusion, as with something like the word borrowing, might be useful in some contexts, but is often too imprecise in others. Kelly spends some time distinguishing allusions from echoes. Citing the work of Benjamin Sommer, Kelly defines an echo as a situation in which the marked in the evoked text does not impact interpretation. This means that, if an alluding text draws on parts of an earlier text, using a word or phrase that connects it to the earlier text, but the reference does not change the meaning of the new text, this should simply be considered an echo. Conversely, Kelly argues, if the use of the earlier text is employed for some rhetorical or strategic end, this would be considered an allusion. So an allusion changes the meaning of the new text, while an echo does not. Now that we know the difference between an echo and an allusion, is there a methodology that can be used to determine if shared language in a receptor text is a genuine echo or allusion? David Carr also contributed an essay to Zivit's edited volume, in which he built on the work of Christopher Hayes, citing several specific criteria that can be used to form a methodology for identifying the presence of genuine intertextuality. We will not go through each of the individual criteria, but only a few to get the general idea of how the process works. An initial criterion that Carr describes is availability. Was the proposed source of the echo available to the author and/or his original readers? Does the composer of the receptor text even have the opportunity to utilize the supposed source text? Another question that must be asked concerns the volume of the echo. How loud is the echo, that is, how explicit or overt is it? Other criteria are the recurrence of the shared language and how well the shared language fits into the context that was found in the source text. When the shared language does not flow seamlessly in the new text, but other criteria are present, this can be referred to as a blind motif. Carr explains, a blind motif is an element or theme from a borrowed tradition appearing in a later text that does not fit well in the new context. These types of blind motifs are actually quite strong evidence for intertextuality, or the presence of either an allusion or an echo in the receptor text. If the receptor text incorporates a phrase that doesn't actually work well in the new context, but is brought over anyway, this suggests that the writer was working with prior material that was worked into the text. So far in this chapter we've discussed the issues surrounding using the term plagiarism to describe the relationships that appear between ancient Near Eastern texts and those in the Hebrew Bible. We then went on to define various terms that are used in this context, differentiating between things like allusions and echoes, for example. Some of the components of a methodology were then put forth to attempt to show how scholars identify whether a later text is drawing on an earlier one. But now it is time to turn to some specific examples from the ancient world. Before we get to the Old Testament, let's take a look at how this type of intertextuality played out in ancient Near Eastern literature, particularly between two incredibly popular Akkadian myths. Intertextuality, an example from Akkadian mythology. I would like to take a few minutes to present a case of intertextuality that comes from outside of the Hebrew Bible and that is agreed by the relevant specialists in the field to be an example of one text borrowing from another. Establishing a firm example of this type of borrowing and reworking of an earlier text, particularly for theological purposes, will set us up to understand more clearly how the biblical authors are constructing many of their stories. The Anzu myth. During the first half of the second millennium BCE, there was a myth, written in the Akkadian language that we refer to as the Anzu myth. In the story, the god Enlil possesses a magical item known as the Tablet of Destinies, which is described by Benjamin Foster as an object that gave its possessor the power to give especially powerful commands. In the Anzu story, the tablet gave the power to control divine spheres of responsibility and thus universal authority. The Anzu bird, a powerful mythological creature, is selected by Enlil to guard his residence. However, as time passes, the Anzu bird begins to desire the power given by the tablet of destinies for himself. One day, while Enlil is bathing, Anzu decides to make his move. I myself will take the god's tablet of destinies, then I will gather to myself the responsibilities of all the gods, I will have the throne for myself, I will take power over authority, I will be the commander of each and every Igigi god. After stealing the tablet, the Anzu bird flies off into the mountains, which results in general chaos falling over the divine world. At this point, something must be done to get the tablet of destinies back from Anzu. The god Anu appeals to the god Adad to kill Anzu and retrieve the tablet, promising him that he will be made greatest among the gods. However, Adad replies, "Who of your children can defeat Anzu? He has taken control of the tablet of destinies, he has snatched supremacy from God. He has soared off to his mountain, he has lifted high his head, his command has become like that of divine Duranki. If he commands, the one who he curses will turn into clay." Adad thus refuses to go fight Anzu, given his control of the tablet of destinies and the impossibility, in his view, of defeating someone with such power. Anu then approaches the gods Giru and Shera, who respond in exactly the same way. No one is willing to fight Anzu while he is in control of the tablet of destinies. Thus enters our hero on the scene. Ea tells Anu that he will appoint someone and sends Balatili to appoint her son, Ninurta, to fight Anzu. "Give us the mighty one, your superb beloved, broad of chest, who leads the 7 combats, Ning Ursu, the mighty one, your superb beloved, broad of chest, who leads the 7 combats." In her speech to Ninurta, she charges him, cut short his life, conquer Anzu. "Let the winds bear off his wing feathers as glad tidings to Akar, to your father, let the winds bear off his wing feathers as glad tidings." We will return to these lines later in this section, as they appear in the other story in a slightly different form. Ninurta indeed goes out to fight Anzu, but the bird proves to be a formidable foe, just as everyone expects. With Anzu firmly in control of the tablet of destinies, there is little that Ninurta can do. In the midst of the melee, the conflict, battle was joined, the deluge onset, battle array was on the move, bathed in blood, clouds of death rained down, arrows flashed as lightning, battle ran on, thundering between them. From the handhold of the bow he sent against him an arrow. The shaft did not approach Anzu but returned. Anzu cried out against it, "Shaft that has come, go back to your thicket, frame of the bow to your forests, bowstring to the sheep's sinews, feather to the birds, go back." Because he held the tablet of destinies of the gods in his hand, the bowstring brought forth arrows, but they did not approach his body. We learn several things from this passage. First, Anzu is a serious opponent. He is described in terms that indicate he is a ferocious warrior, clearly on par with Ninurta. Second, because he controls the tablet of destinies, he controls aspects of reality itself. As Ninurta shoots arrows at him, Anzu commands the arrows and the bow to go back away from him. His word brings this to pass, and the arrows cannot reach him. Ninurta, with all his power, cannot defeat Anzu. Realizing that he is outmatched, Ninurta sends word to Ea, asking for advice on how to defeat Anzu. Although Ea's response might seem odd to us, it was quite fitting in the story's context. "Do not tire in battle, strive for victory, tire him out that he let his wings fall to the brunt of the storm, take, O Lord, your darts toward the bottom, cut off his pinions and hurl them, right and left, once he sees his feathers, they will take away his words. My wings, to the wings he will cry, fear him not. Ready your bow, let the lightning shafts fly from it, let pinions and wing feathers dance like butterflies." What are we to make of these odd-sounding instructions? Most interpreters understand Ea's advice as a trick on the Anzu bird. Ninurta is to fight with Anzu again, and when the battle is at its height, and Anzu lowers his wings in exhaustion, Ninurta is to cut off the bird's pinions. When Anzu, ostensibly using the Tablet of Destinies, calls for his pinions to return to him, Ninurta is to shoot an arrow. Because arrows have feathers on them, the magical words of Anzu will not only bring his pinions back to him, but also the feathers of the arrow, and the arrow itself. As you might expect, the ruse succeeds, and Ninurta kills Anzu. While there is obviously much more to this story, these are the salient details for our purposes. However, we should consider again the lines that follow Ninurta's defeat of the Anzu bird. The text reads, "He killed wicked Anzu." The warrior Ninurta took control of the tablet of the god's destinies. The wind bore Anzu's wing feathers as a sign of his glad tidings. This set of repeated lines appears throughout this story and form an important structural component to the overall composition. This leads us to the well-known Akkadian myth, the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish. One of the most famous stories in all Akkadian literature, perhaps ranking second only to the Epic of Gilgamesh, is a 7-tablet composition known by its first 2 words of the first line, Enuma Elish when above. This masterpiece of ancient literature most likely dates to the middle or second half of the 2nd millennium BCE. Lambert writes, he present writer knows of no evidence contradicting a Middle Babylonian date, and this for the present is the most likely time of the epic's composition. Without going into all of the details of the story, I would like to provide the reader with the most important details pertaining to its relationship with the other mythological texts under discussion, as we did for the Anzu myth. The Enuma Elish has been called the Babylonian creation myth, and not without reason. The main focus of the story is the rise of the Babylonian god Marduk to supremacy over the divine pantheon and tells of his creation of the world. After the initial creation of the gods, and some internal turmoil that results from the gods making too much noise, the god Apsu plans to destroy the gods. Ea, however, learns of Apsu's plan and kills him, taking over his residence. There Ea and his wife Damkina give birth to Marduk, who is large and powerful. Anu gives Marduk the 4 winds, and as Marduk disruptively plays with them, the sea goddess, Tiamat, along with several gods, plan to kill Marduk and the other gods. She creates monsters to aid her, along with her spouse, Kingu. The text then reads, she gave him that tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, your order may not be changed, let the utterance of your mouth be firm. Ea learns of Tiamat's plan and tells it to one of the more senior deities, Anshar, who commands Ea to go and appease her. However, on his way, he realizes that the mission is futile. He tells Anshar, my father, Tiamat's deeds are too much for me. I perceived her planning, but my incantation was not equal. Her strength is mighty, she is full of dread, she is altogether very strong, none can go against her. Anshar then approaches Anu, who responds in exactly the same way. Tiamat is too mighty, and no one can stand against her. Anshar then becomes angry and abandons his efforts to find someone to go and confront Tiamat. At this point, you might be saying to yourself, hey, this sounds an awful lot like the plot from the Anzu myth. Not only is there an imminent threat to the gods from a divine being on whose side is the Tablet of Destinies, but there is also the motif of a god sending out other deities to confront the threatening divine figure. We will not delve deeply into this particular comparison, but notice that, in the Anzu myth, the deities that are sent out are Adad, Giru, and Shera, while in Enuma Elish, the gods Ea and Anu are sent. In other words, 2 of the most senior deities in the pantheon are sent out against Tiamat, but neither are a match for her. This difference is employed to emphasize the great power of the god that would eventually go against Tiamat, Marduk. As in the Anzu myth, the hero of the story is approached. However, in this case, Marduk is asked by Ea to go and calm Anshar. Entering in before Anshar, Marduk states, my father, do not hold your peace, but speak forth, I will go and fulfill your desires. My father, beget her, rejoice and be glad, soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Although this may be a slight difference, it is worth noting, while Ninurta was asked to go and fight Anzu, Marduk appears essentially to volunteer. Marduk is so fierce and mighty that he seeks out the battle, where the other major deities have turned back in fear. The gods decree that Marduk will be the most honored among all the gods, and whatever he commands will be carried out. After performing deeds to show his power and authority, they gave him an irresistible weapon that overwhelms the foe. Go, cut Tiamat's throat, and let the winds bear up her blood to give the news. Sound familiar? We will come back to it shortly. As Marduk approaches, we see the following. He observed the tricks of Kingu, her spouse. As he looked, he lost his nerve, his determination went and he faltered. His divine aides, who were marching at his side, saw the warrior, the foremost, and their vision became dim. Much to everyone's surprise, the one who held the famous Tablet of Destinies was not only unable to defend himself from Marduk, but both he and his forces were defeated simply at Marduk's approach. Comparing this to the long, hard-fought battles that Ninurta had with Anzu, in which he was not able to defeat Anzu by strength, Marduk is able to topple the one who wields the Tablet of Destinies without having to raise a finger against him. Marduk then presses forward to fight against Tiamat. Tiamat and Marduk, the sage of the gods, came together, joining in strife, drawing near to battle. Bel spread out his net and enmeshed her, he let loose the evil wind, the rear guard, in her face. Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow it. He let fly an arrow and pierced her belly, he tore open her entrails and slit her inwards, he bound her and extinguished her life, he threw down her corpse and stood on it. As the gods had commissioned him to do, he severed her arteries and let the north wind bear up to give the news. What can we say about these two stories and how they relate to one another? In 1986, Wilfrid Lambert published an article drawing literary connections between the Anzu myth and Enuma Elish. Other articles followed in a similar vein, including those by Peter Machinist, Andrea Seri, and more recently Selena Wisnam. The conclusions drawn by these scholars agree that Enuma Elish is borrowing heavily on the earlier Anzu myth, developing the story in such a way that Marduk is shown to be the new and improved Ninurta. Two significant points of comparison are the shared language that appears in both mythological texts, along with the presence and manipulation of the Tablet of Destinies motif. Earlier we noted the call by the gods in the Anzu myth for Ninurta to have the wind carry the feathers of Anzu back to them to declare his victory over the mythological creature. As we have seen, similar verbiage is used in Enuma Elish, with feathers being replaced instead with blood. Lambert pointed out that the language of wind carrying feathers makes sense, while wind carrying away blood is less coherent. He writes, wind easily picks up feathers, less easily blood. This is likely an example of a blind motif that we discussed above, which would provide specific evidence for intertextuality between these two compositions. Another point of contact and reworking is the Tablet of Destinies. In the Anzu myth, the Tablet of Destinies is a powerful magical weapon that enables the holder to control nature. Ninurta, the hero of the story, with all his power, is still unable to defeat the one wielding such a weapon. However, in the Enuma Elish, the one who holds the Tablet of Destinies is absolutely no match for the supreme power of Marduk. Not only does it fail to give Kingu the necessary strength to defend himself against Marduk, but it is also completely ineffective, as Marduk's power is overwhelming even before any battle has taken place. These points of contact are clear between the two texts, but the author of the Enuma Elish uses these allusions to make a different theological point. Marduk is even greater than the incredibly powerful warrior god, Ninurta. Comparing the Bible and ancient Near East mythology. Now that we have examined a case of intertextuality between two non-biblical compositions, the Anzu myth and the Enuma Elish, I would like to return to the Old Testament to see how the stories in the Bible borrow from mythologies from the wider ancient Near Eastern cultures. To accomplish this, we will examine the so-called primeval history, looking at how these chapters interact with the myths and traditions of the surrounding cultures, particularly Mesopotamia. While we could continue our investigation by looking at other sections of the Old Testament which also show dependence on the ancient Near Eastern cultures, I think examining the connections in Genesis 1-11 will be more than sufficient. In each case, our goal will be to identify places where contact between an ancient Near Eastern text and the biblical passage is more likely, why that is, and whether it is thought to be an echo or an allusion. This last question will be the most difficult and perhaps the least important to ascertain, at least for our purposes here. While it might be incredibly important from an interpretive standpoint to determine why and how an author is using intertextuality to make his point, it is actually a bit of an aside in this chapter. Although we will attempt to identify whether a particular instance of borrowing is conscious or unconscious and an echo or an allusion, the primary goal of this chapter is to demonstrate that there is borrowing taking place in these passages of the Hebrew Bible. Whether the author is consciously drawing on another composition to polemicize or make a deeper theological point is, to a certain extent, irrelevant. The fact that such borrowing is occurring shows that the biblical texts are dependent on the earlier ancient Near Eastern material, but this need not signal a death knell for the sincere believer's faith in divine inspiration, at least in certain forms. Before we get into Genesis 1-11, I would like to develop the concept of borrowing in a bit more detail. Let's take Genesis 1 and the Enuma Elish, for example. Many biblical literary specialists see the author intentionally creating a polemic in Genesis 1 against the composition the Enuma Elish. We will discuss this in more detail below, but essentially it is argued that the chapter subtly refers to and theologically speaks against aspects of the Babylonian creation myth. However, not all scholars are convinced of this intentional borrowing. Baden, for instance, writes, I am perfectly willing to posit that the priestly account of creation in Genesis 1 could not have existed without Enuma Elish, in either its written or oral form. Yet when it comes to the second claim on dependence, I have to abandon ship. I do not think, as many scholars do, that Genesis 1 was written in conscious relation to Enuma Elish as political or theological polemic. Does Genesis 1 depend on Enuma Elish for its existence? Sure. Did the author of Genesis 1 write the story directly in response to the creation myth? No, Baden doesn't think so. What does this mean? Does Baden then conclude that Genesis 1 is somehow independent and free from borrowed ideas, themes, and motifs appearing in Enuma Elish? No, I don't think so. Notice what he says on the following page. The first claim, that an earlier text necessarily preceded the one in question, is argued and defended largely on broad grounds. The story is so similar that there must be some sort of relationship, or there are aspects of the text that are uniquely suited to one cultural background such that when the text appears elsewhere we can assume some sort of borrowing, that sort of thing. The unique aspects of the earlier story, along with its literary priority, are often much easier to argue and reasonably demonstrate. However, it is far more difficult to show that the author of the receptor text is intentionally reacting to, reworking, or polemicizing the source text. The point here, however, is to show that the latter is not necessarily all that important in the context of this chapter, and whether scholars are convinced of an intentional polemic in a text does not negate the conclusion that the source text has priority over the receptor text that is borrowing from it. With all that background in mind, let's turn to Genesis 1-11. Genesis 1-11, the primeval history. As we often do, the most logical place to start in our discussion of Old Testament intertextuality is Genesis 1-11, also known as the primeval history. Here we see some of the most foundational myths in the Hebrew Bible, including the creation of the world, the first man and woman, their loss at immortality, the worldwide flood, and the Tower of Babel. In many places throughout these chapters, there appears to be clear borrowing from sources found in the wider ancient Near East, particularly Mesopotamia. Before we get into the individual sections, it is important to identify some of the literary developments that appear in the primeval history which may find their origins in ancient Near Eastern mythology. An example might be the creation, problem, flood progression found in the flood traditions of Mesopotamia. Smith writes, "History of Atrahasis is helpful for illustrating the background of the flood story. As noted above, this story also tells the story of creation. The same is true of the Sumerian text often called the Eratosgenesis. It, too, relates human creation and the flood. Notably, both the Genesis story and Arasis associate the problem of the human condition with the flood. For Atrahasis, humans are too noisy for the deities, depriving them of their divine right to rest. In both texts, the initial creation of humanity does not also entail the problem with humanity. Instead, the flood appears as the watershed moment when the problem with humanity emerges." Leonard makes a similar type of observation. A less certain but more tantalizing suggestion would be the possibility that the Yahwist's primeval history tracks with the Epic of Gilgamesh. The similarities between the stories are well known: the loss of immortality, the complicity of the serpent in that process, the story of the flood, the release of raven and dove to test the receding waters, the presence of heroes and heroic deeds. All of these suggest some sort of connection between the two corpora. Handel describes another aspect of literary development between Gilgamesh and Genesis 1-11, the progression toward the building of civilization. As a result, the most famous Mesopotamian city is pictured as a ruin in primeval times. This primeval civilization is explicitly Mesopotamian, but rather than being a cosmic foundation and the pinnacle of human civilization, it is a site of hubris and punishment. Mesopotamian lore is appropriated and inverted in this story of ancient transgression, lending a sense of shame to this early stage of human culture and, by implication, to contemporary Mesopotamian civilization. Taking a step way back, and perhaps simplifying this in the process, the narrative of Genesis 1-11 is arguably a counter to the Mesopotamian idea that civilization is a high achievement of humanity. One example among many is a Sumerian literary text from the early 2nd millennium BCE entitled The Marriage of Marduk. The main figure, Marduk, wants to marry a woman, whose girlfriend warns her about this wild man Marduk. Now listen, their hands are destructive and their features are those of monkeys. He is one who eats what Nana forbids and does not show reverence. They never stop roaming about, they are an abomination to the gods' dwellings. Their ideas are confused, they cause only disturbance. He is clothed in sack leather, lives in a tent, exposed to wind and rain, and cannot properly recite prayers. He lives in the mountains and ignores the places of gods, digs up truffles in the foothills, does not know how to bend the knee, and eats raw flesh. He has no house during his life, and when he dies he will not be carried to a burial place. My girlfriend, why would you marry Marduk? Living in the city, among the civilized, was the proper way to live in their eyes. The Genesis narrative pushes back against this, as Handel explains. The J narrative of primeval humanity appropriate the Mesopotamian and Eastern setting of this transformation from nature to culture, bracketed on one side by the natural innocence of life in the Garden of Eden and on the other side by the building of Babylon, the most glorious of Mesopotamian cities. But the older Mesopotamian theme of the ascent of humans from nature to culture is complicated and to a degree subverted in the Israelite narrative sequence. What Handel is identifying is the contrast that appears between compositions like the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the hero strives in vain to find immortality, finding in the end that what he has been searching for can be in large part found in his city, Uruk. Notice how the epic contains nearly the same lines in both the opening and closing. Go up, pace out the walls of Uruk, study the foundation terrace and examine the brickwork. Is it not its masonry of kill-fired brick? And did not 7 masters lay its foundations? 1 square mile of city, 1 square mile of gardens, 1 square mile of clay pits, a half square mile of Ishtar's dwelling, 3.5 square miles is the measure of Uruk. Go up, Urshanabi, pace out the walls of Uruk. Study the foundation terrace and examine the brickwork. Is not its masonry of kill-fired brick? And did not 7 masters lay its foundations? 1 square mile of city, 1 square mile of gardens, 1 square mile of clay pits, a half square mile of Ishtar's dwelling, 3.5 square miles is the measure of Uruk. Foster states the significance of these lines in this way. This late and dearly won resignation, this acceptance of reality, finds symbolic expression in the epic in a return to where we began, to the walls of Uruk, which stand for all time as Gilgamesh's lasting achievement. Man may have to die, but what he does lives after him. There is a measure of immortality in achievement, the only immortality man can seek. And so, when Gilgamesh finally arrives home, his first act is to show the walls to Urshanabi. In the process of growing up, a theme arguably also found in Genesis 2-3, Gilgamesh has exhausted all means to seek immortality, but ultimately finds purpose, meaning, and a very real type of immortality in the walls of his city. This focus on the achievement of civilization is well known in the Mesopotamian world. In Genesis 1-11, however, the arc of the story begins with humanity innocent and in communion with God, yet ends with them attempting to build a city, in the very city of Babylon, no less. This collaborative project of humanity would be considered a phenomenal achievement today. However, in the eyes of the biblical author, this was antithetical to God's command to spread out. Thus, by moving the story to its climax in Babylon, it seems as though the writer is providing a counter-narrative to the Mesopotamian concept of civilization. Handel sums it up nicely. In Mesopotamia, the city was conceived as the center of authentic human existence. In Genesis, by contrast, the first city is constructed in the east by Cain, a cursed murderer. After the flood, humans collectively build the great city of Babylon, but it is depicted as a work of human hubris, and Yahweh rightly destroys it. As Kip Davis has pointed out, the dispersal from Babylon in Genesis 11 is followed immediately by the call of Abram, who leaves Mesopotamia and spends the rest of days wandering as a stranger in the land of Canaan, not in a city or urban center. The point here is that, in addition to specific words, phrases, themes, and motifs, we need to also be sensitive to narrative structure and literary patterns of development. Again, the appropriation of such shared language or literary templates need not be direct or conscious in their employment, however, they certainly need to be factored in when considering the type and level of literary dependence that one text has on another. With that in mind, let's begin in the primeval history by looking at the creation account in Genesis 1. Genesis 1, the priestly account of creation. As we noted above, scholars agree that most of the primeval history borrows, directly or indirectly, from Mesopotamian mythology, and Genesis 1 is no exception. While there is debate as to whether such borrowing was conscious and polemical, or simply due to the overall influence of the myth in the ancient Near Eastern world, the consensus is that the opening chapter of Genesis almost certainly owes its existence to the Enuma Elish. There are several possible points of contact between these two myths. First, the opening line of Genesis may first be translated in a way similar to the opening line of Enuma Elish. Along with John 3:16, many of us can probably at least start Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created. This familiar English translation has led to some interpreters suggesting that the first sentence in the Bible is of existential proof, in the beginning God. However, the intended meaning of this first clause is not quite so simply construed as King James had commissioned. The Hebrew phrase that starts off the verse can be translated at least two different ways, and the translation is significant for reading the rest of the story. Carr notes of this passage. One of the first and most important interpretive and translation issues in this chapter is the question of whether Gen 1:1 is a dependent clause introducing what follows or an independent clause. While there are other interpretive issues involved here, our only concern on this point is Genesis 1:1's potential similarity to Enuma Elish. This story opens, when the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. Notice how the first line is part of a dependent clause. This is otherwise known as a temporal clause, describing a period before creation. If Genesis 1:1 should be translated, when God began to create, then this would describe a situation before God began to create. The arguments are somewhat complex, and we need not go into them here. For example, Homestead wrote an article in 2008 dedicated entirely to the grammatical and syntactical features of this first phrase in Genesis 1:1 to determine whether the verse should be translated as a dependent or independent clause. To give you a general idea as to where most scholars come out on this discussion, let me quote Blenkinsop. The first word, bersit, comprises a noun with a prepositional prefix, therefore, which normally forms part of a genitival phrase as in all other occurrences in the Hebrew Bible, for the most part dealing with the beginning of a reign. The reading most consistent with classical Hebrew usage would therefore, translating literally, run as follows: in the beginning of God's creating the sky and the earth, with the principal clause to follow. Basically, there are several occurrences of this phrase, and they are usually translated with the word of attached to them, in the beginning of. This would mean that Genesis 1:1 would be translated something like, in the beginning of God creating the heavens and the earth, or, more smoothly, when God began to create the heavens and the earth. When we continue the passage in Genesis 1, if understood in this way, the text is explaining, when God began to create the heavens and the earth was, in other words, this was the state of the world when God began to create. When we compare this to other Mesopotamian creation stories, and Enuma Elish in particular, we see something similar. Blenkinsop goes on. Genesis 1 belongs to the genre of cosmogony, narratives about world origins, and ancient cosmogonic myths in that culture area begin by describing the way it was at the time of the first creation, only then proceeding to the creation itself. This is not only true of other ancient Near Eastern cosmogonic myths, but also in at least one other place in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis 2, the second creation story begins by describing the state of the earth before God begins his creative acts. Carr writes, the creation account that follows Gen 1 in the Bible and likely predated it, Gen 2:5-3:24, likewise begins with a description of the uncreated prologue to God's creation. Genesis 1 similarly begins with a statement of what creation was like before God created. It seems as though this narrative pattern of describing the pre-creation state of affairs is common not only to ancient Near Eastern compositions, but also to the Old Testament. It appears that Genesis 1 is also following this pattern, perhaps modeled after the opening line of Enuma Elish. This possibility is strengthened by the presence of the Hebrew word tihum, the deep, that is found in Genesis 1:2. Kohler and Baumgartner explain that the word tihum likely is derived from the general Semitic *tiham-c, so as such it is not a loan word from Akkadian. Both Akkadian and Hebrew are Semitic languages, and the word tihum and tiamat go back to the Semitic word *tiham. In other words, this appears to be a case in which both the Hebrew and Akkadian are drawing on a similar source, but one may not be directly drawing from the other. This is an important point, as we want to be precise when attempting to see connections and dependence between texts. As we noted in a previous section, one of the ways that we determine borrowing is the presence of shared language between the two texts. The more unique the language that is shared, the greater the possibility of borrowing. In this instance, one might be tempted to see a direct borrowing of tiamat in the word tihum, but this is not necessarily the case. Both words are clearly cognates, but we may not be able to say more than that from a strictly lexical standpoint. Blenkinsop agrees, the tihum may be related to the same Semitic root as the proto-goddess Tiamat, representing the chaotic salt waters of the ocean from whose body the earth was formed. What is noteworthy, however, is its place in the text. To reiterate, the opening lines in Enuma Elish are, when the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. Notice that, following dependent temporal clauses, we see the figure Tiamat appearing in the first few lines, right at the beginning of the text. In Genesis 1, we read, when God began to create the heavens and the earth, The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the deep. As in Enuma Elish, the cognate word for sea shows up in the opening lines, following a dependent temporal clause. There is more to suggest that the Tihum is meant to be connected, to one degree or another, to the sea goddess Tiamat of Enuma Elish. The word shows up in many other passages in the Hebrew Bible, many of which use the term to describe a mighty, awe-inspiring, and completely out-of-reach place. However, it does appear to have a more nuanced meaning in certain texts, particularly in some of the Psalms. In Psalm 77, it appears that Yahweh is doing some sort of battle with a personified form of the deep. In Psalm 77:17 we read, "The waters saw you, O God, the waters saw you and trembled." Indeed, the depths quaked. This psalm zeroes in on the Exodus event, but the description of the waters here has a clearly primordial nuance. Hosfeld explains. The cosmological insertion holds a unique place within the whole of the psalm. It is true that the emphasis on the element of water has an obvious association with the passage through the sea, but here it is a matter of the mythical cosmic confrontation between the superior God-King and the waters of chaos. Concerning verse 17 specifically, he writes, in V17 the subterranean primeval waters are in terror before the God manifested in theophany. Here the primeval waters are the direct opponents. It would seem that the Tihum is personified in the text as an enemy of God that needs to be conquered. Similar, but not identical language can be seen in Psalm 104, a hymn that praises Yahweh for his power in and over his creation. In verses 6-7 we read, "You covered it with the deep, like a garment, the waters stood over the mountains. They fled from your threat, from the sound of your thunder they hurried away." There is clear poetic imagery here that personifies the deep, it flees and hurries away from the power expressed by Yahweh. However, there is a move away from depicting Tihum directly as an enemy combatant as seen in other passages. This, in fact, appears to be the same nuance that appears in Genesis 1:2. Notice what Estes says about this. In Anathoth, the waters represented the forces of chaos, but throughout the OT they are under the control of the Lord. Let's sum up and tie this back to Genesis 1:2 and Tihum. First, passages like Psalm 77 and 104 clearly describe Yahweh working against the primordial cosmic forces to bring about creation or show forth his unmatched power. Keel and Schroer discuss various passages featuring the chaotic waters in these creative contexts and conclude, traces of the motif of the battle against chaos can be found in many Old Testament passages. The use of traces here is at times more appropriate than others. There are certainly passages that depict the battles with the forces of chaos against Yahweh in clear, straightforward language. However, in Psalm 104 and Genesis 1, I think we are seeing only traces of the divine battle with the sea. In other words, instead of an overt description, the author of Genesis 1 seems to have gone to some lengths to downplay the significance of the power of the primordial sea. Blenkinsop says it this way. The author of Genesis 1, a learned priest and scribe familiar with Mesopotamian and Levantine myths of origins, has so thoroughly demythologized the different narrative elements of the creation story, for example, by substituting the Tihum for Tiamat and by eliminating the use of physical material in creation, that we have to work hard to detect the mythological arrière-fond of his account. Although the priestly writer has constructed the creation story to downplay the mythological aspects of the battle with chaos and therefore rendering the primary opponent powerless before Yahweh, we can still see remnants of the narrative components still present in the text. There are obviously more points of contact between the Enuma Elish and the story in Genesis 1. Carr notes several, including the connection between Tiamat's carcass being used to create the dome over the world in Enuma Elish and the formation of the vault of heaven in Genesis 1 from the waters. He also draws attention to heavenly signs from both Enuma Elish and Genesis 1, as well as the great sea monsters. These two may function as blind motifs. What is more important here, however, is the fact that Genesis 1 is dependent upon the Enuma Elish, and potentially other ancient Near Eastern myths, that incorporate the battle with primordial chaos motif. These myths clearly predate the biblical text, and the parallels between them and Genesis 1 are arguably too numerous and contextually effective to be mere coincidence. Genesis 2-3, the Garden of Eden. The story of the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, and the snake has had a wide-reaching influence on Western culture throughout the last 2 millennia. But where does this story come from? Is the Eden narrative simply lifted from an ancient Mesopotamian myth, a completely independent work, or perhaps something in between? In this section, we will provide a brief glimpse into some of the more common parts of the story that can be connected to earlier ancient Near Eastern myths and traditions to see how the story of Adam and Eve relates to earlier texts. While there are any number of aspects in the story that we could investigate at great length, I will try to focus on those portions that find greater overall agreement among scholars in the field concerning their intertextual relationships with older mythology. We will begin with the creation of man, particularly with respect to how he was created, his initial state, and his initial purpose in the garden. We will turn then to Eve, considering the order and method of her creation. Finally, our attention will turn to the theme of the lost chance at immortality that can be seen in the Tree of Life. I need to make something clear from the outset: the Garden of Eden story does not appear to recreate any one mythological text from the ancient Near East. In other words, there does not appear to be another Adam and Eve story, where a Mesopotamian man and woman are created by the gods, and they live in and are expelled from a garden because of disobedience to the gods. We can contrast this to the story of the flood in Genesis 6-9, which finds a clear parallel in the story of Atrahasis and Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh. What appears in Genesis 2-3 is most likely a newly formed myth, not directly patterned on a previous story. However, that does not mean that it does not also draw on common themes and motifs, and perhaps even particular myths, from the ancient Near East. Notice what Carr writes. Though Genesis 2-3 does not represent a reformulation of any one of these texts, it features a similar combination of anthropogonic and mortality themes as that seen in the Gilgamesh epic. Moreover, the Mesopotamian cosmogonic tradition drawn upon in Gilgamesh seems to be part of a broader literary world in light of which certain features of Genesis 2-3 have particular significance, including the formation of the first human from clay/earth, his destiny to work the ground, the focus on divine wisdom, human sexuality, and the lost chance at immortality for humans, the human distinction from animals by virtue of wearing clothing, and human multiplication. I will argue below that the author of Genesis 2-3 borrowed, directly or indirectly, from earlier ancient Near Eastern mythologies, as evidenced by the close similarities and the textual and/or cultural availability of these themes and motifs to the writer. A final opening word before we look at the specifics. As we argued in the previous section, both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2-3 appear to open their creation accounts by describing the state of affairs before the creative process began. Genesis 2:4b7 reads, When Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field existed in the earth, and before any herb of the field had sprouted, because Yahweh God had not sent rain upon the earth, nor was there a man to work the ground, but a stream went up from the earth and watered the entire face of the ground. Yahweh God formed the man out of the soil of the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. This type of pre-creation introduction is incredibly common in Mesopotamian literature, both in Sumerian and Akkadian texts. For example, in the Sumerian composition Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the Netherworld. In those days, in those distant days, in those nights, in those remote nights, in those years, in those distant years, in days of yore, when the necessary things had been brought into manifest existence, in days of yore, when the necessary things had been for the first time properly cared for, when bread had been tasted for the first time in the shrines of the land, when the ovens of the land had been made to work, when the heavens had been separated from the earth, when the earth had been delimited from the heavens, when the fame of mankind had been established, when An had taken the heavens for himself, when Enlil had taken earth for himself, when the netherworld had been given to Ereshkigal as a gift. Another example of this can be seen in a bilingual Sumerian/Akkadian incantation from the mid-1st millennium BCE. The text opens. A pure house, a house of the gods had not yet been built in a pure place, a reed had not yet come out, a tree had not yet been created, a brick not yet laid, a brick not yet made, a house not built, a city not built, a city not built, animals not existing, Nippur not yet built, the Akar not built, Uruk not built, the Iana not yet built, the Apsu not built, Eridu not built, the pure house, the house of the gods, their residence, had not yet been built, all the countries were still a sea. As you can see, these texts contain creation themes in which the pre-existing state of reality is described, setting the stage for the creative act. This can be seen in Genesis 2-3. The creation of man. Following a similar description of the state of the preformed world, Yahweh creates the man from the soil of the ground, animating him with divine breath. This process of forming humans from earthen materials is well known from Mesopotamian sources. For example, the story of Enki and Ninmah opens in the now all too familiar way, in those days, in the days when heaven and earth were created, in those nights, in the nights when heaven and earth were created. A few lines later, we see that the burden of providing for the senior gods is laid on the lesser deities. The senior gods oversaw the work, while the minor gods were bearing the toil. The gods were digging the canals and piling up the silt in Araly. The gods, crushing the clay, began complaining about this life. Enki is then encouraged to create beings that can shoulder the work for the minor deities. Enki says to his mother, "My mother, the creature you planned will really come into existence. Impose on him the work of carrying baskets. You should knead clay from the top of the Abzu, the birth goddesses will nip off the clay and you shall bring the form into existence." Another Sumerian text that speaks of both heaven and earth and the creation of mankind from the earth is the Song of the Ho. The text begins, "Enlil, who will make the human seed of the land come forth from the earth, and not only did he hasten to separate heaven from earth, and hasten to separate earth from heaven, but, in order to make it possible for humans to grow in where flesh came forth, he first suspended the axis of the world at Dur-Enki." Concerning these lines, Farber writes, "It begins with the separation of sky from earth." After a loving description of the magnificent hoe of the god Enlil, the creation of man is described, by which the hoe strokes clay into a human-like form and then digs up the earth, from which men sprout like plants. This is quite similar to the more popular Akkadian story of Atrases, which opens in this way: "When gods were man, they did forced labor, they bore drudgery." The lesser gods eventually took up arms and rebelled against their divine overlords, and Enki was again commissioned to create a human to bear the burden of manual labor. The text reads as follows: "Enki made ready to speak, and said to the great gods, on the 1st, 7th, and 15th days of the month, I will establish a purification, a bath. Let one god be slaughtered, then let the gods be purified in it. Let Nintu mix clay with his flesh and blood, let that same god and man be thoroughly mixed in the clay. Let us hear the drum beat for the rest of time, from the flesh of the god let a spirit remain." Both the themes of the creation of mankind from some earthen substance and humanity's purpose to serve the gods are present in at least two of these texts. In Atrases, a divine substance is introduced into the clay in order to bring about the final human form, as we see in Genesis 2-3. Notice, however, that the burdensome aspect of the work the human is to perform is not present in the Eden narrative. Yahweh creates the man and places him in the garden to care for and protect it, but this work is not cast in a negative light. Conversely, in both Enki and Ninmah and Atrases, the gods are being relieved of their incredibly burdensome duties, as this work is foisted upon the shoulders of newly formed humanity. As Collins notes, in the Atrases story, humanity was created to do agricultural work for the gods. In Genesis, the first human being is also charged with keeping the garden of God, but the task does not appear to be onerous. This may suggest a type of inversion of the Mesopotamian tradition on the part of the writer of Genesis 2-3. The creation of Eve. One of the aspects of the Eden narrative that scholars focus on is the similarities between life before Eve and the purpose/method of her creation and themes in myths from the ancient Near East. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, the companion of Gilgamesh, was created and lived in the wild, among the animals. However, Shamhut, a prostitute from the city of Uruk, came and copulated with Enkidu, which resulted in him losing his kinship with the animals and becoming a civilized human. He is clothed, eats bread, drinks beer, and goes to live in the city of Uruk. As you recall from earlier in this chapter, this progression from innocence to becoming civilized is a positive movement. People who live in the mountains, eat raw meat, and do not know what it is like to dwell in cities are backward and displeasing to the gods in general Mesopotamian thought. A good example of this can be seen in the Sumerian debate poem, The Debate Between Sheep and Grain. The opening of the composition contains a dependent clause and speaks of conditions prior to the creative act, when, upon the hill of heaven and earth, spawned the Anuna gods. The story continues. The people of those days did not know about eating bread. They did not know about wearing clothes, they went about with naked limbs in the land. Like sheep they ate grass with their mouths and drank water from the ditches. When we view the Eden narrative, we see a similar movement from innocent to becoming civilized. Adam is created and initially interacts with the animal kingdom, specifically to find a partner that is a good fit for him. However, finding no such match, Yahweh resorts to creating his partner from one of the man's own ribs. Eventually, following their disobedience in the garden, they are clothed, gain wisdom and understanding, and are brought out of their state of innocence and into a type of maturity. The difference, however, is that this movement is not positive, it is only through disobedience that they become civilized. The text paints this progression towards civilization in a negative light. Although the man is not to be associated with the animal kingdom, he retains his status as innocent and childlike, which appears to be an inversion of Mesopotamian thought. The method of Eve's creation is another potential point of contact between the biblical text and ancient Near Eastern mythology. Anyone who has studied this passage knows that the meaning of rib in Genesis 2:21-22 is a point of contention. Does it in fact mean rib, or should we translate it as side or even baculum? I will argue here that rib is almost certainly the correct understanding of the term, and that this word, and the verb to create that is used to describe what Yahweh did with it, were likely ultimately derived from Mesopotamia. The word tzala occurs with some frequency in the Old Testament, particularly in contexts about buildings and architecture. In these contexts, it generally carries the meaning side, as in the side of a building or a side chamber. In fact, if the word does mean rib here in Genesis 2, this would likely be the only place in the Hebrew Bible where it carries this meaning. Very recently, Zavad has argued that the word tzala refers not to the rib or the side, but instead to a baculum, the bone that some animals possess in their penis, but that is absent in humans. There are several problems with this assessment. First, in Genesis 2:21, the text reads, "from among his ribs," which indicates that there was more than one tzala from which one tzala was taken by Yahweh. Baden writes, "Surely the ready objection to this suggestion is the fact that Yahweh is said to take from among his aloti, plural." Zavad responds by taking the noun to mean, broadly, appendages. Then again, as each male has only one such appendage, it is unclear why the author would not simply say what he meant, and specify the appendage in question. While there are other arguments against such interpretations as baculum, the bigger question is, why would I argue that tzala should be understood as rib? There are several reasons. First, the word tzala is a Semitic word that also appears with the meaning rib in other Semitic languages, like Ugaritic and Akkadian. For example, in an Akkadian letter from the mid-first millennium, the text reads, "He beat me up, he broke my ribs." Several of the occurrences of the Akkadian word appear in medical or omen contexts, where specific parts of the body are described. This seems to explain well why the word tzala only means rib in Genesis 2. There are no other places in the Old Testament where ribs are described, but the same word was used to mean rib in later Hebrew rabbinical writings, and it continues with this same usage in modern Hebrew. Given that the Akkadian and Ugaritic forms of Hebrew tzala regularly mean rib, and the translation rib makes good sense in the passage, we turn to the possible connection that can be seen between the word used to describe how Yahweh created with the rib. The text reads, "And Yahweh God created a woman with the rib that he had taken from the man, and he brought her to the man." The word translated created in this verse is the Hebrew verb banah, which usually means to build. Normally the verbs for creating used in Genesis 1 and 2-3 are yitzar to form, asa to make, or bara to create. Is the use of banah to build of any significance here? The verb banu in Akkadian is used in contexts of creation. For example, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when the gods decide to create a companion for Gilgamesh, we see the following scene. They summoned Aruru, the Great One. You, Aruru, created the human race. Now, create what Anu commanded, to his stormy heart, let that one be equal, let them contend with each other, that Uruk may have peace. When Aruru heard this, she conceived within her what Anu commanded. Aruru wet her hands, she pinched off clay, she cast it down upon the step, she created valiant Enkidu in the step. We see something quite similar in Enuma Elish. When Marduk heard the god's speech, he conceived a desire to accomplish clever things. He opened his mouth addressing Ea, he counsels that which he had pondered in his heart, I will bring together blood and form bone, I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man, I will create Lulu man on whom the toil of the gods will be laid that they may rest. Even Atrasis contains this verb in a similar context, let the mother goddess create a human being, let man assume the drudgery of God. It would seem, therefore, that this use of to build in the context of Mesopotamian creation accounts is rather common but carries a somewhat nuanced meaning. Conversely, it is anything but common in the Hebrew Bible. Wenham observes, NLY here and in Amos 9:6 is this verb used of God's creative activity, though in Akkadian and Ugaritic it is the regular term for creation. Thus, the combination of the common use of the verb to build in other ancient Near Eastern creation stories, coupled with its rare usage in the Old Testament, suggests that this is an echo of the Mesopotamian tradition. A lost chance at immortality. The final point of connection between the Mesopotamian traditions and the Eden narrative is the theme of loss at the chance of immortality. As in the previous sections, we will not be able to cover all known occurrences of this theme in ancient Near Eastern literature, but there are some well-known myths that are often compared to the biblical story. The two stories that show up most frequently are the Epic of Gilgamesh, along with the less well-known Oedipus and the South Wind. In each story, the protagonist is within arm's reach of a form of immortality, only to lose it, either through deception or theft. Beginning with the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Tablet 11, Gilgamesh finally makes his way to Utanapishtim, the survivor of the worldwide flood. As Utanapishtim has become immortal, Gilgamesh hopes to learn the secret to eternal life. Utanapishtim then recounts in full his dramatic story of the flood and how the gods granted him and his wife eternal life, but placed them far away, separated from humanity, at the mouth of the rivers. Then comes the kicker, at least for Gilgamesh, now then, who will convene the gods for your sake, that you may find the eternal life you seek? A perfect storm of events had led to Utanapishtim being granted eternal life. How would Gilgamesh convene the gods to have them agree to do the same for him? He couldn't. However, as a type of consolation prize, Utanapishtim agrees to tell him about a secret plant that grows under the water, which will rejuvenate the one that consumes it. Hooray! Off goes Gilgamesh, tying rocks to his feet that drag him down under the water, where he finds the plant. Now, you might expect to see him consuming the plant the moment his head clears the water, but no. Gilgamesh said to him, to Urshanabi the boatman, Urshanabi, this plant is a cure for heartache, whereby a man can regain his vitality. I will take it to Rampart Uruk, I will have an old man eat some and so test the plant. As Hank Hill might say, damn it, Bobby. You can probably guess what happens on his journey back to his home city, Uruk. At 20 double leagues they took a bite to eat, at 30 double leagues they made their camp. Gilgamesh saw a pond whose water was cool, he went down into it to bathe in the water. A snake caught the scent of the plant, it came up and carried the plant away, on its way back it shed its skin. Duh. In short, Gilgamesh literally has in his hand the plant that would give him youth, but loses it, in this case, to a snake. The Mesopotamian story known as the Oedipus and the South Wind also contains a story in which the main character has a shot at immortality but misses the opportunity. The myth has both Sumerian and Akkadian versions, its composition goes back at least to the early 2nd millennium BCE, but it was copied well into the 1st millennium BCE. The story tells of Oedipus, a wise man who serves the god Ea, who has bestowed upon him this wisdom. Oedipus takes it upon himself to prepare the offerings for Ea each day, which includes fish. While on the water one day, fishing for these offerings, the south wind blows hard and capsizes Oedipus' boat. After struggling in the water all that day, Oedipus angrily curses the south wind. Because Ea has granted Oedipus magical powers, the wing of the south wind is broken, and the wind does not blow for 7 days. This eventually comes to the attention of Anu in heaven, who learns of Oedipus' actions and summons him to heaven. Ea advises Oedipus to be wary of what Anu might do. When you come before Anu, if they proffer you food of death, do not eat. If they proffer you water of death, do not drink. If they proffer you a garment, put it on. If they proffer you oil, anoint yourself. Ea warns that, if Anu gives him food and drink, it will be the food and drink of death. As it turns out, this is not true, the food and drink would have bestowed upon Oedipus eternal life. Notice Anu's words. Why did Ea disclose to a human being something bad of heaven and earth, and give him such a stout heart? Since he has so treated him, what, for our part, shall we do for him? Bring him food of life, let him eat. They brought him food of life, he did not eat. They brought him water of life, he did not drink. Anu stared and burst out laughing at him. Come now, Oedipus, why did you not eat and drink? Won't you live? Alas for the wretched peoples. Leaving aside why Ea might have tricked Oedipus into passing up the chance at immortality, the salient point for our purposes is that Oedipus had a shot at eternal life but was tricked into passing it up. With these stories in our minds, let's turn back to the Eden narrative. Yahweh commands the man and the woman not to partake of the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When they eat, they gain a certain level of knowledge and understanding, becoming more civilized, and this leads to a new circumstance for Yahweh to deal with. And Yahweh God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now, lest he stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever, so Yahweh God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken, and he drove out the man, and he stationed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword that rotates to guard the path of the tree of life. Another missed opportunity. Here the man and the woman have gained wisdom and understanding, but this has resulted in them being cut off from the tree of life, which had been within reach, if only for a brief period of time. What we see in the tree of life is likely quite similar in function to the plant that Gilgamesh found in the sea. It rejuvenated the individual to their youth. By cutting off access to the tree, Yahweh was ensuring that they would not be able to partake of this tree of youth and would not be able to extend their lives through rejuvenation. Blenkinsop writes, analogy between this plant and the tree of life, the fruit of which grants immunity from death, suggests that the proto-parents had not eaten its fruit because, being still young, they did not yet need rejuvenation. When taken together, the theme of the loss at the chance of immortality is clear in each of these stories. Given the presence of other points of comparison between these earlier myths and the story of Adam and Eve, the fact that there was a snake that was instrumental in the loss of access to the life-giving plant in the Epic of Gilgamesh, as well as in the Eden narrative, the biblical story is here quite likely dependent on the Mesopotamian traditions. Genesis 6-9, the worldwide flood. Now here's a topic that we've all discussed at length, God destroying the world with a flood. In this section, however, we will only be addressing the story with an eye toward dependence upon other ancient Near Eastern myths, specifically atheism and the Epic of Gilgamesh. While there are a multitude of points of contact between these texts and the flood story in Genesis 6-9, we will focus on only a few, which will be sufficient to make our point. We will begin by talking about the overall framework of the story, including narrative features, and compare these to the Mesopotamian compositions. We will then look closely at some of the linguistic parallels that can be found in the Genesis story, showing the dependence of the writers on the earlier flood traditions. There is an overall point to the story of the flood in Genesis. If you recall from Genesis 1, following their creation, humanity was charged to multiply and spread out through the earth. This command shows up again at the end of the flood account and is ultimately resolved by force in Genesis 11. As we discussed above, this is part of a long literary movement throughout the primeval history, used to make a series of theological points. In this case, the priority of Yahweh's commission for humanity to multiply and fill the earth is in view. However, beginning in Genesis 2-3, humanity crosses the boundary established between humans and deities by partaking of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, becoming wise and godlike. Yahweh sends them out of the garden, and over time humanity becomes numerous on the earth, and they again cross the boundary between deities and humans. In the flood, Yahweh essentially hits the reset button, returning the world to its pre-creation watery chaotic state. For example, in Genesis 7:11-23, we read of the water above the sky returning and the water under the earth coming back up. When compared to Genesis 1:1-2, you see that the text is telling of an uncreation and a return to the pre-creation state. The result of the flood is a new beginning with Noah and his family, culminating with the reiteration of God's command in Genesis 1:28 to go and fill the earth. As we noted above, humanity fails to obey this directive, but instead joins together to again attempt to cross the boundary between human and divine by building a city and a tower to reach heaven. This arc within the narrative strongly suggests that the primeval history is acting as an intentional inversion to Mesopotamian thought and traditions, particularly with respect to civilization. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that scholars see the flood story, with all its points of apparent intertextuality, as a counter-narrative to the Mesopotamian flood traditions. It has been argued by scholars that one of the ways that the Genesis flood story responds to the Mesopotamian flood narrative is by contrasting the actions of the deities involved. Consider the story of Atrasis. The flood is brought upon humanity, and the text reads, "The goddess saw it, weeping, the midwife of the gods, the wise mommy, let the day grow dark, let it turn back to gloom. In the assembly of the gods, how did I agree with them on annihilation?" She continues, "Where has Anu gone to, the chief decision-maker, whose sons, the gods, heeded his command? He who irrationally brought about the flood, and relegated the peoples to catastrophe. We even see, the gods commanded annihilation, Enlil committed the evil deed against the peoples." Similarly, the Epic of Gilgamesh reads, "The gods should come to the incense offering, Enlil should not come to the incense offering, because he brought on the flood without thinking, and marked my people for destruction." When you view the story of Atrasis as a whole, you see that one of the main points of the narrative is to explain why so many humans die in birth or why some women cannot conceive. Kilmer argues, "I would suggest, then, that this final section of the text amounts to a theological explanation of divinely justified barrenness among women and infant mortality." As Day observes, this contrasts sharply with what we have argued the Genesis narrative is emphasizing. However, whereas in Atrahasis, these regulations are concerned with limiting the future growth of the human population in various ways, P emphasizes the need for humans to be fruitful and multiply, repeating the original divine command at creation. More than this, counter to the population reduction theme in the Mesopotamian tradition, it is likely that the Genesis flood account contrasts Yahweh's justification for sending the flood over and against that which is seen in Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. If Enlil and the other gods were considered lacking in judgment and even evil in bringing the flood, what about Yahweh? The text does not leave us to wonder. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of humanity in the land was great, and every intention of the thoughts of their hearts was only evil all the time. And Yahweh was sorry that he had made humanity on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. Was Yahweh capricious and hasty in his destruction of the world? Absolutely not. Day concludes based on these verses, this supports the contention that P is polemicizing against the Atrahasis epic, where the flood is a draconian response to the noise resulting from the growth of the human population. Moving on from general themes and potential counter-narratives, let's look at some of the specific lexical connections that can be seen in the Genesis flood story, starting with Genesis 6:14, make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make the ark into compartments and cover it inside and out with pitch. The Hebrew word gopher pitch that appears in this verse is highly suggestive of dependence of the biblical flood story on the Mesopotamian accounts. This word appears only here in Genesis 6:14, it shows up nowhere else in the Bible. Conversely, its Akkadian cognate is very common and shows up in a wide variety of contexts, including, you guessed it, the flood stories in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Atrahasis, Ea gives these instructions for building the ark: roof it over like the depths, so that the sun will not see inside her, let her be roofed over fore and aft. The gear should be very firm, the pitch should be firm, make her strong. Similarly, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, we see the building of the ark in progress. At the first glimmer of dawn, the land was assembling at the gate of Atrahasis, the carpenter carried his adze, the reed cutter carried his stone, the carried his broad axe, the young men, the old men brought the coiled palm fiber, the wealthy carried pitch. In short, in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the sections describing the building of the ark, this very common word kyprua pitch, bitumen, is used to describe how the ark is supposed to be sealed. In Genesis 6:14, we see the same Semitic word in the exact same context, but moreover, this is the only place where the word appears in the Old Testament. Furthermore, there is another word for pitch, imar, that appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible 3 times. This means that Hebrew already had a perfectly suitable word that referred to a substance that was used to seal the outside of something to make it watertight, and yet the author of this story opted for an entirely foreign cognate in its place. Day agrees. Strikingly, the word used for pitch here is koper, a noun attested nowhere else in the Bible. Interestingly, the cognate Akkadian word kypru is specifically mentioned in Mesopotamian accounts of the building of the ark. We thus have good evidence of the Mesopotamian background of P's reference here. Another interesting word is used in Genesis 8:2, the headwaters of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped up, and the rain from heaven was held back. This word soccer is another of these rare words appearing in the Hebrew Bible only twice, here and in Psalm 63:12. However, its Akkadian cognate is very common, and, as you might expect, it occurs in contexts that speak of the stopping up of the waters. In one version of Atrahasis, Adad above made his rain scarce, below, was blocked up and did not raise the flood from the abyss. The fields diminished their yields. The immediate contexts in these two flood narratives are not the same. Atrahasis is speaking of stopping up the waters to keep the crops from growing, while Genesis 8 speaks of stopping up the waters to end the flood itself. Nevertheless, the fact that this very rare word is used in common between both texts to describe the same scenario seems more than a simple coincidence. This leads Carr to conclude concerning the word soccer, potential linguistic links to cuneiform literature continue in the latter half of P's flood narrative, with P's use of an apparent loan word out of Akkadian to describe the closing of the heavenly portals. Before we conclude this section, let's look at one final point of contact in the flood account, the story of Noah sending out the dove. As you recall from the introduction to this chapter, there is clear parallel to this portion of the story in the Epic of Gilgamesh. I brought out a dove and set it free, the dove soared off in search of food, no landing place appeared to it, so it came back. I brought out a swallow and set it free, the swallow soared off in search of food, no landing place appeared to it, so it came back. I brought out a raven and set it free, the raven soared off and saw the ebbing of the waters. It ate, scratched, and bobbed, so it did not come back. While there are clear parallels between imagery here and in Genesis 8, there appears to be a more precise connection with verse 9a and tablet 11, line 150. These lines read, "But the dove did not find a perch for the sole of its foot, and it returned to him to the ark. No perch was available for it and it came back to me." If there is a direct textual dependence of the biblical text on the Epic of Gilgamesh, then the later author would have translated the Akkadian line into Hebrew, lo, and behold, here, there is a strong conceptual similarity between these two lines. Carr argues, here is a long recognized resemblance between the non-P depiction of Noah's sending of a raven and then a dove out after the diminishment of the flood and the depiction in Gilgamesh of Utanapishtim sending a dove, sparrow, and raven out at the same point, including a strikingly close parallel to Gilg 11:150 in Gen 8:9a. Conclusion. Although we have covered a lot of ground in this chapter, there is obviously much more that could be explored. We discussed Genesis 11 on several occasions, for example, but did not examine in detail the chapter itself. Despite this, I think that we have touched on in sufficient detail the intertextuality that obviously exists between the myths of the ancient Near East, especially Mesopotamia, and what is found in the Hebrew Bible. Let's take a minute and summarize what we have learned. The chapter began by addressing the claim of plagiarism outright. What does it mean to plagiarize, and can this charge be leveled against the authors of the Old Testament? We determined that ideas involving things like intellectual property and theft of ideas were foreign concepts to these ancient writers. In fact, utilizing older, revered texts and traditions was considered to be a form of skilled writing. From this we concluded that we should refrain from using terms like stealing and plagiarizing when referring to the literary activity and scribal practices of this period. We then defined several terms that are relevant to the discussion, beginning with the word borrowing itself. What do we mean when we refer to one text borrowing from another? There are different ways that an author can borrow from an earlier text, including both conscious and unconscious borrowing. We discussed the differences between echoes and allusions, showing that the former involves evoking a previous text without changing the new text's meaning, while an allusion does change the meaning. We then spent some time looking at basic methods for determining what type of borrowing is occurring between texts and how we can tell. In order to demonstrate such intertextuality and literary dependence, I laid out in some detail the ways in which the later Akkadian creation myth Enuma Elish borrows from and reworks themes and motifs from the earlier Anzu myth. By utilizing specific words, phrases, themes, and motifs from the Anzu myth, the Babylonian Enuma Elish was able to make a developed theological argument, putting forth Marduk as the new and improved Ninurta. The shared language that appears in the later text, along with at least one blind motif, demonstrate the link between the two compositions. Leaving examples from the wider ancient Near East, we turn to the Old Testament, specifically focusing on the first 11 chapters of Genesis, the primeval history. We examined the creation story in Genesis 1 and its relationship to the Enuma Elish, the Eden narrative in Genesis 2-3 and its connections to other Akkadian and Sumerian myths, and finally the flood story in Genesis 6-9, looking at specific lexical and contextual correspondences it shares with Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. From this range of stories, we see that there are specific, individual signs of literary dependence, and that the overall context and narrative structure of the entire primeval history suggests that it was constructed as a counter-narrative against the idea of Mesopotamian civilization. Let's think back to the beginning of the chapter, with me standing in front of that Sunday school class, clicker in hand, trying to explain the reality of the Bible's dependence on earlier mythologies and traditions. Although the audience had incredibly strong reactions to my message, this was not a necessary response. while recognizing that the Old Testament borrowed, directly and indirectly, from older Mesopotamian texts and traditions can greatly enhance one's understanding of the stories themselves, this need not mean the end of someone's faith. The Hebrew Bible is a complicated text with a multiplicity of voices, all steeped in the languages, traditions, and mythologies of the ancient Near East. To expect that such a text would be devoid of such influences is foolish, yet I see no contradiction in the idea that a God, if he should exist, would choose to work within conventional literary traditions in order to get his message across to mankind. Chapter 8. Conclusion. I am frequently bombarded on social media with tweets, tags, and video links concerning slavery in the Old Testament. And although I am simply a conduit to the actual biblical and ancient Near Eastern legal specialists, because I have written "Did the Old Testament endorse slavery?" I have become someone that people in the atheist and apologetic communities tend to think of when this topic surfaces in a conversation. Recently, I spoke with someone who was making a very common argument about slavery. The slavery in the Old Testament was not as bad as what we saw in the antebellum South. With that being said, even the not-so-great aspects of Old Testament slavery were not God's ideal, but represented his condescension to sinful humanity, meeting them where they were. It was only later, in the New Testament, that God revealed that, in Christ, we are all equal before God. This was the key to abolishing the practice of slavery. When we engage with arguments like these, it is worthwhile to recall one of the stated goals of this book: to have better conversations with Christian apologists and fundamentalists. In my opinion, the purpose of our engagement is to move our interlocutors to consider if their position is the most reasonable or plausible one, not simply if it is possible. In the introduction to this volume, we explained that apologetic arguments frequently rest only upon the mere possibility of something in the Old Testament being historically true or morally permissible. As we saw, stories like the Exodus from Egypt and the conquest of Canaan are not supported by the archaeological and historical evidence at our disposal. Quite often, apologists will engage with a skeptic or atheist in an argument about this evidence, and when it becomes clear that the data is stacked against their position, they will retreat into abject speculation. Well, isn't it possible that? For instance, isn't it possible that the archaeology of Jericho does not match the biblical record because of erosion at the site? Isn't it possible that the layers that contain the late Bronze Age fortified city have simply been lost because of weather eroding them from the mound? Or consider the Exodus. Isn't it possible that the word thousand in Exodus 12:37 doesn't actually mean thousand, but rather military unit? Isn't it possible, therefore, that 600,000 fighting men is an incorrect understanding, and that the number of Israelites recorded in the Old Testament leaving Egypt is properly understood to be much smaller than 2.5 to 3 million? Is it possible? In most cases, sure, it's possible. Pretty much anything is possible, given enough time and a fertile imagination. The problem is that this is not how research is done. It's not enough to conclude that something is merely possible, we must have evidence that suggests that something actually is the case. Of course, for a Christian apologist or fundamentalist, the evidence that supports such conclusions is most often the text itself, or, more properly, their particular interpretation of it. If the Old Testament is the inspired and inerrant Word of God, then we can know that it is true, no matter how implausible it might seem or how much evidence seems to contradict it. The wisdom of this world is often understood broadly to apply to any obstruction in the way of biblical truth, including archaeological or historical findings. These can therefore be dismissed in light of the priority of what the Bible says to be true. Thus, if there is at least a possible explanation, that possibility is sufficient to defend the text even in the face of mountains of much more plausible and probable naturalistic explanations. As I have proposed, sometimes we need to modify our approach when engaging with apologists in this context in order to lead them to challenge or analyze more critically their own positions on these matters. My suggestion has been that, in many situations, it may be profitable or effective to grant that the solution or explanation that your conversation partner suggests is indeed possible. Let's consider a hypothetical discussion between an atheist and an apologist. The atheist argues that, because Yahweh is believed to be perfectly moral, and yet commanded genocide and endorsed chattel slavery, it is unlikely that such a God exists. The apologist's response is to argue that it was possible that God had morally justified reasons for commanding the execution of women, children, and infants. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information to explain that justification. With regards to slavery, it was possible that, had Yahweh commanded the abolition of slavery in the ancient context of biblical times, it would have ultimately resulted in greater harm. Because both are possibilities, it makes the atheist's argument unsound and therefore not a deductive proof against Yahweh's existence. Now, are these explanations possible? Sure. They are possible. But do they seem likely? No, I don't think so. Why would the apologist argue that God had morally justified reasons for commanding the execution of infants? It seems clear that his argument was not motivated by the evidence, but by a foundational belief that God is perfectly moral. There would be no reason to posit such an idea were it not for that primary belief. The same is true with his argument concerning slavery. If the apologist was not already committed to the idea that Yahweh was perfectly moral, then there would be no reason whatsoever to argue that somehow abolishing slavery would lead to greater harm. If we think about it, this argument could be made for other things, too, to the point of absurdity. For example, what if the Old Testament had not outlawed murder? We could argue that it was possible that, had God outlawed murder, it would have caused more harm, on balance. Possible? Yes. Likely? Thankfully, most certainly not. My response to the above conversation would be to grant the individual making this argument that it was indeed theoretically possible that those things could be true, and that it indeed was possible for Yahweh to have morally justified reasons to command genocide. Although that might sound counterintuitive, once granted, the burden is then placed squarely on them to demonstrate a convincing reason that this was the most likely solution to the problem. To do this, the apologist has to rely on their foundational belief that the God of the Old Testament was morally perfect, and the arguments very quickly become either circular or a form of special pleading. My point is that there may be circumstances in which granting the possibility of their solution is the most effective means to get the apologist or fundamentalist to face the weakness of their argument. Once they are challenged to demonstrate that theirs is the most likely solution, these types of arguments often fall into disarray. With all that being said, I want to be clear that there are many cases in which a much firmer approach is required. One of the problems with apologetics is that it often argues for interpretations of the text that are ultimately very dangerous. As we saw in Volume I, when someone defends Old Testament slavery by downplaying the egregious moral nature of the practice, it opens the door to justifications for the practice today. In other words, if apologists defend the practice as it was back then, what will stop them from carrying forward the same defenses to the extent of even re-implementing some form of slavery today? The same can be said of apologetics that explain away or defend violence and genocide in the Old Testament. As we saw, there are two main approaches to defending passages like 1 Samuel 15 or the conquest of Joshua. First, the extent of the violence portrayed in these stories is often minimized by explaining the passages as ancient Near Eastern rhetoric or hyperbole. When it says that everyone was to be killed, it didn't actually mean everyone, as this was hyperbolic language. The second highly problematic approach is to justify the killing as divine punishment being meted out against completely wicked groups of people. Why would God command the genocide of the Canaanites? Because they were really bad people, and they had been given hundreds of years to repent. God would have been unjust had he not commanded their execution. It is worth mentioning here that this kind of apologetic is not restricted to events in the ancient world. The late evangelical pastor, Jerry Falwell, publicly attributed the 9/11 terror attacks to God's righteous judgment on the USA for its tolerance of a variety of sins, including abortion and homosexuality. Like this defense of divine genocide is the justification of the violence and oppression carried out against women in the Old Testament legal sections. It is clear to us, here in the 21st century, that taking captive women as wives, selling one's daughter into slavery, and having a daughter marry her rapist for financial security are all atrocities. However, apologists respond to such statements with things like, what were the Israelite men supposed to do? Leave the women there to die? It was a great mercy to take them as wives. And the men had to give them 30 days to mourn their family, or if a father sold his daughter, the man who purchased her was required by law to take care of her, or even a woman's value was significantly decreased if she was no longer a virgin. By having her rapist marry her, it ensured that she would be taken care of, for life. When these types of excuses for such laws are made, it sets a precedent for someone to come along later and say that, since these practices weren't so bad then, maybe they should be brought back now. Much more insidiously, it reinforces the notion that women and men are fundamentally different in value, whether this is the intent of the apologist or not. This, of course, is to say nothing of the Old Testament providing little to no protection to women from the power of their husbands and fathers, considering that women and children are most likely to be abused by family members. This is a particularly atrocious omission. While apologetics that defend such violent behaviors are overtly problematic, some of their beliefs reinforce an equally problematic Old Testament exceptionalism. For example, in the chapter on plagiarism, we saw that the writers of the Old Testament did not plagiarize from earlier mythology. This was not because they didn't use older myths, but rather because there was no ancient concept of intellectual property. However, from the apologetics standpoint, the uniqueness of the Hebrew Bible is a concept to be defended at all costs, as it is direct revelation handed down to Moses and others from Yahweh himself. This unwavering commitment leads to assertions that, as the Word of God, the Bible contains provisions and laws that are far more moral and progressive than those found in contemporary literature and conceived by surrounding ancient Near Eastern cultures. This type of exceptionalism feeds into the broader narrative of we are right and you are wrong, and when coupled with justifications for violent behavior, particularly toward evil or wicked people, this is a recipe for oppression and violence that we have seen tragically enacted throughout the ages. What does this mean for us atheists and skeptics as we engage with these types of dangerous ideas? First, we must recognize the specific issues that we are facing. If I have done my job correctly, you have become well equipped, possessing a strong familiarity with the world of the Old Testament and the wider ancient Near East. Furthermore, you are now well acquainted with many of the inherent problems surrounding a fundamentalist or apologetic view of various aspects of the Old Testament, including their outright rejection of what I believe are the more plausible interpretations of the data. If we are engaged in or at all concerned about confronting the dangers posed to social well-being by Western religious extremism, then this type of introduction to these ancient texts and their contribution to many of the problematic issues discussed above is obviously paramount. But equipped with this information, what do we do? I think the most important step is to recognize that many of the beliefs and interpretations held and defended by apologists and fundamentalists are not simply benign. Carried out, they can lead to some very real and troubling ends in everyday life. I think it is important for us to not only expose such beliefs for what they are and where they can lead, but also to attempt, as much as possible, to engage with the individual in a meaningful way to get them to reconsider their positions. But how do we do that? I have suggested that granting the possibility of some of their positions, particularly when they seem incredibly far-reaching, is perhaps the best option in many situations. Once granted, you can shift the burden back on them and ask, even if that is possible, can you show me why I should think that it is the most likely solution to this issue? To be sure, there will be times that this type of discourse will be unproductive, and we will need to simply take a firm stance against dangerous beliefs. For me, this cut-off point often comes when I show an apologist that the Old Testament certainly does endorse slavery, and the types of slavery it endorsed were debt and chattel slavery. Out of options, they frequently will say, yes, but why is slavery immoral? At that point, I consider the conversation over. If I must convince someone that owning another person as property is wrong, continued engagement on my part only serves to validate this extremely dangerous line of thought. It is also important for all of us to consider what kind of social capital we have when we come to these interactions. As a cisgender, white man in the United States, I have a great deal of privilege that other minority groups do not. This privilege will very often allow me to engage in meaningful conversations with other people of privilege, even if these individuals have bigoted views. For those without such privilege or social capital, engaging with people like this will often be pointless at best and dangerous at worst. We need to recognize that the voices of minorities are often not heard, and in such cases, it is perfectly reasonable for someone with a suppressed voice either to not engage or to call out such bigotry openly and assertively. With privilege comes responsibility, and those of us that have it should use it wisely, both to engage bad ideas in an effective manner, and to protect those who have been silenced, amplifying their voices. In the end, we must all determine how we will use the information that is contained in this series. If you are an atheist or skeptic, please consider how you will engage with apologists and fundamentalists. If my suggestions prove to be useful or effective, wonderful. If your circumstances call for something different, then I hope that, at a minimum, the arguments in the book have been clear, understandable, and ultimately useful to supplementing your own preferred approach. If you are a Christian apologist or fundamentalist, please consider what has been written in this series, not as the ideas of some guy on the internet with a PhD, but rather as a representation of consensus positions of the subject matter experts in the relevant parts of the fields under investigation. If the overwhelming majority of people who professionally study this material for a living in academic and research institutions hold to these positions, it is possible that you are correct, but is it likely? Bibliography: Aharoni, Yohanan, Amaran, Ruth, Elon, Ornat, and Aharoni, Miriam. 1993 Arad. pp. 75-87 in the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume IEDS Eastern, A. Lewinson Gilboa, and J. A. Viram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. Allen, James. 2003 A Report of Escaped Laborers. p. 16 In the Context of Scripture, Volume 3. eds W. Hello and K. Younger. Leiden, Brill. Altman, Peter. 2013 Diet, Bronze, and Iron Age. pp. 286-296 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Archaeology. 2 volumes. Ed. D. Master. Oxford University Press. Archer, Gleason. 1982 Encyclopedia of Bible Difficulties. Grand Rapids MI, Zondervan. Auld, A. Graham. 2011 I and 2 Samuel. The Old Testament Library. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press. Avalos, Hector. 2019 The Reality of Religious Violence from Biblical to Modern Times. Sheffield, Sheffield Phoenix Press. Baden, Joel. 2017 Literary Illusion and Assumptions About Textual Familiarity. pp. 114-130 in Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed. Zizavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. 2019 An Unnoted Nuance in Genesis 2:21-22. Vetus Testamentum 69, 167-172. Barmash, Pamela. 2020 The Laws of Hammurabi, at the Confluence of Royal and Scribal Traditions. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Batto, Bernard. 2015 Mythic Dimensions of the Exodus Tradition. pp. 187-195 in Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. Eds. T. Levy, T. Schneider, and W. Prop. Switzerland, Springer. Benporat, Ziva. 1976 The Politics of Literary Illusion. PTL, A Journal for Descriptive Poetics and Theory of Literature 1, 105-128. Bentor, Amnon. 1993 Hazer. pp 594-606 in the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume 2. Eds Eastern, A. Lewinson-Gilboa, and J. A. Viram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. 2016 Hazer, Canaanite Metropolis, Israelite City. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Biblical Archaeology Society. Bergman, Michael, Murray, Michael, and R.E.A., Michael, eds. 2011 Divine Evil. The Moral Character of the God of Abraham. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Bienkowski, Piotr. 1986 Jericho in the Late Bronze Age. England, Aris and Phillips. By Eatock, Manfred. 2001 Dabe, Tel ed. pp 351-354 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume I ed. D. Redford. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2015 On the Historicity of the Exodus, What Egyptology Today Can Contribute to Assessing the Biblical Account of the Sojourn in Egypt. pp 17-38 In Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. Eds T. Levy, T. Schneider, and W. Prop. Switzerland, Springer. Black, Jeremy, Cunningham, Graham, Flukiger Hawker, Esther. Robson, Eleanor, and Zuliamai, Gabor, eds. 1988-2006 The Electronic Text Corpus of Sumerian Literature https://www.etcetera.sl.orient.ox.ac.uk. Oxford. Blenkinsop, Joseph. 2011 Creation, Uncreation, Recreation, A Discursive Commentary on Genesis 1-11. New York, New York, T&T Clark International. Block, Daniel. 1997 The Book of Ezekiel, Chapters 1-24. New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids M.I., Eerdmans. 2015 How Can We Bless Yahweh? Wrestling with Divine Violence in Deuteronomy. pp 31-50 In Wrestling with the Violence of God, Soundings in the Old Testament. Eds M. Rodas and J. Wilgus. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Bowen, Joshua. 2021 The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1. Mechanicsville, MD, Digital Hammurabi Press. Bowen, Joshua, and Lewis, Megan. 2020 Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian, An Introduction for Complete Beginners. Mechanicsville, MD, Digital Hammurabi Press. Brenner, Martin. 2011 The Song of the Sea, X15:1-21. Beihaft zur Zeitschrift für die Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, Band 195. New York, New York, Walter de Gruyter. Brinkman, John, Civil, Miguel, Gelb, Ignace, Oppenheim, A. Leo, and Reiner, Erica, eds. 1980 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 11, and Part I Chicago, IL, Oriental Institute. Bryan, Betsy. 2000 The 18th Dynasty Before the Amarna Period. pp 207-264 In the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Ed E. Shaw. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Callaway, Joseph. 1993 AI. pp 39-45 In the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume IEDS Eastern, A. Lewinson-Gilboa, and J. A. Viram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. Calendar, G. 2000 The Middle Kingdom Renaissance. pp 137 to 171 in the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Ed. E. Shaw. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Carnegie, Dale. 1982 How to Win Friends and Influence People. New York, New York, Pocket Books. Carr, David. 2017 Method in Determining the Dependence of Biblical on Non-Biblical Texts. pp 41 to 53 in Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed. Zizavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. 2020 The Formation of Genesis 1 to 11, Biblical and Other Precursors. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2021 Genesis 1 to 11. International Exegetical Commentary on the Old Testament. Stuttgart, Kohlhammer. Civil, Miguel, Gelb, Ignace, Oppenheim, Elio, and Reiner, Erica, eds. 1971 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 8, K. Chicago, I.L., Oriental Institute. 1977 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 10, M. Part I. Chicago, I.L., Oriental Institute. Klein, Eric. 2007 From Eden to Exile, Unraveling Mysteries of the Bible. Washington, D.C., National Geographic. 20211177 BC, the year civilization collapsed, revised and updated. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Cohen, Rudolph, and Bernard Greenberg, Hannah. 2007 Excavations at Kadesh Barnea 1976 to 1982, Part 1. Israel Antiquities Authority Reports 34/1. Jerusalem, Israel Antiquities Authority. Collins, John. 2016 The Apocalyptic Imagination, An Introduction to Jewish Apocalyptic Literature, 3rd edition. Grand Rapids M.I., Eerdmans. 2018 Introduction to the Hebrew Bible, 3rd edition. Minneapolis, Minnesota, Fortress Press. 2019 What are Biblical Values? What the Bible Says on Key Ethical Issues. New Haven Court, Yale University Press. Cook, Stephen. 2003 The Apocalyptic Literature. Interpreting Biblical Texts. Nashville, Tennessee, Abingdon Press. 2015 Reading Deuteronomy, A Literary and Theological Commentary. Macon, Georgia, Smith and Helwys. Copen, Paul. 2011 Is God a Moral Monster? Making Sense of the Old Testament God. Grand Rapids M.I., Baker. Copen, Paul, and Flanagan, Matthew. 2014 Did God Really Command Genocide? Coming to Terms with the Justice of God. Grand Rapids M.I., Baker. Craigie, Peter. 1976 The Book of Deuteronomy. The New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids M.I., Eerdmans. Krianga, Ovidiu. 2016 The Conquest of Memory in the Book of Joshua. pp 168 to 179 in the Oxford Handbook of Biblical Narrative. Ed. D. Fuel. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Crouch, Carly. 2009 War and Ethics in the Ancient Near East, Military Violence in Light of Cosmology and History. New York, New York, Walter de Gruyter. Dallaire, Helen. 2015 Taking the Land by Force, Divine Violence in Joshua. pp 51 to 73 In Wrestling with the Violence of God, Soundings in the Old Testament. Eds M. Rodas and J. Wilgus. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Day, John. 2013 From Creation to Babel, Studies in Genesis 1 to 11. New York, New York, T&T Clark. Dearman, J. Andrew. 2010 The Book of Hosea. New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids M.I., Eerdmans. Del Almo Leet, Gregorio and San Martin, Joaquim, eds. 2003, A Dictionary of the Ugaritic Language in the Alphabetic Tradition. 2 volumes. Boston Ma, Brill. DeSalle, J.P. 2017, Looking for the Israelites, The Archaeology of Iron Age, IPP 275-316 in the Old Testament in Archaeology and History. eds. J. Ebeling, J. Wright, M. Elliott, and P. Flesher. Waco, Texas, Baylor University Press. Dever, William. 2003, Who were the early Israelites and where did they come from? Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. 2017, A Critique of Biblical Archaeology, History and Interpretation. pp. 141-157 in the Old Testament in Archaeology and History. eds. J. Ebeling, J. Wright, M. Elliott, and P. Flesher. Waco, Texas, Baylor University Press. 2017, B. Beyond the Texts, An Archaeological Portrait of Ancient Israel and Judah. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. 2020, Has Archaeology Buried the Bible? Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. Dozeman, Thomas. 2009, Commentary on Exodus. Eerdmans Critical Commentary. Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. 2015, Joshua 1-12, A New Translation with Introduction and Commentary. The Anchor, Yale Bible. New Haven Court, Yale University Press. Drinkard, Joel. 1988, In Memoriam, Joseph A. Callaway. Biblical Archaeologist 51, 67. Driver, G.R. and Miles, John. 1952, The Babylonian Laws, Volume I, Legal Commentary. London, Oxford University Press. 1955, The Babylonian Laws, Volume 2, Transliterated Text, Translation, Philological Notes, Glossary. London, Oxford University Press. Ebeling, Jenny, Wright, J. Edward, Elliott, Mark, and Flesher, Paul. eds. 2017, The Old Testament in Archaeology and History. eds. J. Ebeling, J. Wright, M. Elliott, and P. Flesher. Waco, Texas, Baylor University Press. Ideval, Goran. 2017, Amos, A New Translation with Introduction and Commentary. The Anchor, Yale Bible, Volume 24G. New Haven Court, Yale University Press. Estes, Daniel. 2019, Psalm 73-150. The New American Commentary. Nashville, Tennessee, B&H Publishing. Farber, Gertrude. 2015, Das Lied von der Hacke. pp. 69-76 in Erzählungen aus dem Landsumer. Ed K. Vogt. Wiesbaden, Horassowitz Verlag. Faust, Avraham. 2006, Israel's Ethnogenesis, Settlement, Interaction, Expansion, and Resistance. New York, New York, Routledge. Finkelstein, Israel. 1988, The Archaeology of the Israelite Settlement. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society. 2015, The Wilderness Narrative and Itineraries and the Evolution of the Exodus Tradition. pp. 39-53 in Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. eds. T. Levy, T. Schneider, and W. Prop. Switzerland, Springer. Finkelstein, Israel, and Silbermann, Neil. 2001, The Bible Unearthed, Archaeology's New Vision of Ancient Israel and the Origin of its Sacred Texts. New York, New York, Simon & Schuster. Finkelstein, Jacob. 1966, Sex Offenses in Sumerian Laws. Journal of the American Oriental Society, 86, 355-372. Foster, Benjamin. 2005, Before the Muses, An Anthology of Akkadian Literature. Bethesda, Maryland, CDL Press. 2019 The Epic of Gilgamesh, A New Translation, Analogues, Criticism, and Response, 2nd edition. New York, New York, W. W. Norton and Company. Fox, Michael. 2000 Proverbs 1-9, A New Translation with Introduction and Commentary. The Anchor Bible. New York, New York, Doubleday. From, Eckhart. 2010 Counter-texts, Commentaries, and Adaptations, Politically Motivated Responses to the Babylonian Epic of Creation in Mesopotamia, the Biblical World, and Elsewhere. Orient 45, 3-33. 2013 Creation and the Divine Spirit in Babel and Bible, Reflections on Mummu in Enuma Elis I4 and Ra in Genesis 1:2. pp 97-116 In Literature as Politics, Politics as Literature, Essays on the Ancient Near East in honor of Peter Machinist. Eds D. Vanderhoeft and A. Weeniedzucker. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Frerichs, Ernest, and Lesko, Leonard, eds. 1997 Exodus, The Egyptian Evidence. Eds E. Frerichs and L. Lesko. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Friedman, Richard. 2017 The Exodus. New York, New York, HarperCollins. Fremerkensky, Tikva. 2003 Israel. pp 975-1046 In a History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume 2. Ed R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. Garfinkel, Yosef, Kreimerman, Igor, Hazel, Michael, and Klingbeil. Martin, eds. 2019 First Impression on the Urban Layout of the Last Canaanite City of Lachish, A View from the Northeast Corner of the Site. pp 122-135 In the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages of Southern Canaan. Eds A. Meyer, Ishai, and C. McKinney. Archaeology of the Biblical Worlds 2. Boston Mott, Walter de Gruyter. Gelb, Ignace, Landsberger, Benno, and Oppenheim, A. Leo, eds. 1962 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 16, S. Chicago, I.L., Oriental Institute. Gelb, Ignace, Jacobson, Thorkild, Landsberger, Benno, and Oppenheim, A. Leo, eds. 1956 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 6, Chicago, I.L., Oriental Institute. 1959 The Assyrian Dictionary, Volume 3, D. Chicago, I.L., Oriental Institute. George, Andrew. 1999 The Epic of Gilgamesh, The Babylonian Epic Poem and Other Texts in Akkadian and Sumerian. New York, New York, Penguin Books. Jarity, Lawrence. 1993 Heshbon. pp 626-630 In the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume 2. Eds E. Stern, A. Lewinson Gilboa, and J. A. Byram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. 2015 Exodus Dates and Theories. pp 55-64 In Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. Eds T. Levy, T. Schneider, and W. Prop. Switzerland, Springer. Gerstenberger, Erhard. 1996 Leviticus, A Commentary. Old Testament Library. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press. Giant 2, August E-News. 2016 Archaic Biblical Hebrew. pp 19-29 In a Handbook of Biblical Hebrew, Volume 1, Periods, Corpora, and Reading Traditions. Eds W. Gar and S. Fassberg. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Goldingay, John. 2020 Genesis. Baker Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids M.I., Baker Academic. Good Friend, Elaine. 1992 Adultery. pp 82-86 In the Anchor Yale Bible Commentary, Volume I. Ed D. Friedman. New York, New York, Doubleday. Grab, Lester. 2014 Exodus and History. pp 61-87 in the Book of Exodus, Composition, Reception, and Interpretation. Eds T. Dozeman, C. Evans, and J. Lower. Formation and Interpretation of Old Testament Literature, Volume 164. Boston Ma, Brill. Grayson, A. Kirk and Novotny, Jamie. 2012 The Royal Inscriptions of Sennacherib, King of Assyria, Part 1. The Royal Inscriptions of the Neo-Assyrian Period, Volume 3/1. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Greengas, Samuel. 2011 Laws in the Bible and in Early Rabbinic Collections, The Legal Legacy of the Ancient Near East. Eugene Orr, Cascade Books. Hassa, Richard. 2003 The Hittite Kingdom. pp 619-656 in A History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume I. ed. R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. Hall, Robert. 1992 Circumcision. pp 1025-1031 in the Anchor Yale Bible Commentary, Volume I. ed. D. Friedman. New York, New York, Doubleday. Hamilton, Victor. 1990 The Book of Genesis, Chapters 1-17. New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. Helk, Wolfgang. 1965 KWUND Die Ramses Stad. Vetus Testamentum 15, 35-48. Hendel, Ronald. 2005 Genesis 1-11 and its Mesopotamian Problem. pp 23-36 in Cultural Borrowings and Ethnic Appropriations in Antiquity. Eddie Grun. Orines et Occidens 8. Stuttgart, Franz Steiner Verlag. 2021 The Exodus as Cultural Memory. pp 235-255 in 5 Views on the Exodus, Historicity, Chronology, and Theological Implications. Eds M. Jansen and S. Gundry. Grand Rapids, MI, Zondervan. Hess, Richard. 1996 Joshua, An Introduction and Commentary. Tyndall Old Testament Commentaries. Downers Grove, Illinois, InterVarsity Press. Hawk, James. 1994 Semitic Words in Egyptian Texts of the New Kingdom and Third Intermediate Period. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Hoffman, Yair. 1989 A North Israelite Typological Myth and a Judean Historical Tradition, The Exodus in Hosea and Amos. Vetus Testamentum 39 halves, 169-182. Hoffmeyer, James. 1997 Israel in Egypt, The Evidence for the Authenticity of the Exodus Tradition. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2005 Ancient Israel in Sinai, The Evidence for the Authenticity of the Wilderness Tradition. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2019 The Archaeology of the Bible. Oxford, England, Lion Scholar. 2021 The 13th Century Exodus View. pp 81-114 in 5 Views on the Exodus, Historicity, Chronology, and Theological Implications. Eds M. Jansen and S. Gundry. Grand Rapids, MI, Zondervan. Homestead, Robert. 2008 The Restrictive Syntax of Genesis I1. Vetus Testamentum 58, 56-67. Hosfeld, Frank Lothar. 2005 Psalm 77. pp 273-281 in Psalms 2, a commentary on Psalms 51-100. Hermania. Minneapolis, Minnesota, Fortress Press. Huffman, Herbert. 2019 An Eye for an Eye and Capital Punishment. pp 119-131 in the Oxford Handbook of Biblical Law. Ed P. Barmash. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Elon, David. 2019 The Conquest of the Highlands in the Iron Age From Prehistory to the Present. pp 283-309 In the Social Archaeology of the Levant. eds A. Surlanda, E. Klein, and Y. Rowan. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Jastrow, Marcus. 1903 A Dictionary of the Targumim, the Talmud Bibli and Yerushalmi, and the Midrashic Literature. 2 volumes. New York, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons. Keel, Othmar, and Schroer, Sylvia. 2015 Creation, Biblical Theologies in the Context of the Ancient Near East. Transaction P. Daniels. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Kelly, Joseph. 2017 Identifying Literary Allusions, Theory and the Criterion of Shared Language. pp 22-40 In Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed Zizavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. Kenyon, Kathleen. 1957 Digging Up Jericho. London, Ernest Benn Limited. 1993 Tel Es Sultan. pp 674-681 In the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume 2. eds E. Stern, A. Lewinson Gilboa, and J. A. Viram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. Killebrew, N. 2005 Biblical Peoples and Ethnicity, An Archaeological Study of Egyptians, Canaanites, Philistines, and Early Israel, 1300 to 1100 BCE. Society of Biblical Literature Archaeology and Biblical Studies, No. 9. Atlanta, Georgia, Society of Biblical Literature. Kilmer, N. 1972 The Mesopotamian Concept of Overpopulation and its Solution as Reflected in the Mythology. Oriontalia 41:160-177. King, Peter. 2020 Sunday School Hero or Suicide Bomber. Reading Samson Responsibly. pp 238-257 In the Bible on Violence, A Thick Description, edited by H. Painter and M. Spallion, Sheffield, UK, Sheffield Press, 2020. Kitchen, Kenneth. 1998 Egyptians and Hebrews, From Ramses to Jericho. pp 65-131 In the Origin of Early Israel, Current Debate, Biblical, Historical, and Archaeological Perspectives. Irene Levi Sala Seminar, 1997. eds Ahitov and E. Oren. Israel, Ben-Gurion University of the Negev Press. Cook, Klaus. 2001 Latter Prophets, The Major Prophets. pp 353-368 In the Blackwell Companion to the Hebrew Bible. Ed L. Perdue. Malden Ma, Blackwell Publishers. Kohler, Ludwig, and Baumgartner, Walter. 2001 The Hebrew and Aramaic Lexicon of the Old Testament. 2 volumes. Boston Ma, Brill. Lafont, Bertrand, and Westbrook, Raymond. 2003 Neo-Sumerian Period. pp 183-226 In a History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume I. Ed R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. Lafont, Sophie. 2003 Middle Assyrian Period. pp 521-563 In a History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume I. Ed R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. Lambert, Wilfred. 1986 Ninurta Mythology in the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Compte rendu de la rencontre assyriologique internationale 32, 55-60. Lambert, Wilfred, and Millard, Alan. 1969 Atrias, The Babylonian Story of the Flood. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Lemon, Joel. 2016 Egypt and the Egyptians. pp 169 to 196. In the world around the Old Testament, the people and places of the ancient Near East. Eds B. Arnold and B. Strawn. Grand Rapids M.I., Baker. Leonard, Jeffrey. 2017. Identifying Subtle Illusions, The Promise of Narrative Tracking. pp 91 to 113. In Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed Zizavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. Levine, Baruch. 2000. Numbers 21 to 36, a new translation with introduction and commentary. The Anchor Yale Bible, Volume 4a. New York, New York, Doubleday. Levy, Yaakov. 1995. Oxford English Hebrew, Hebrew English Dictionary. Israel, Kern Ehrman and Kahn Publishing. Levy, Thomas, Schneider, Thomas, and Prop, William, eds. 2015. Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. Switzerland, Springer. Lewis, Theodore. 2020. The Origin and Character of God, Ancient Israelite Religion Through the Lens of Divinity. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Livrani, Mario. 2017. Assyria, The Imperial Mission. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Lloyd, Alan. 2000. The Late Period. pp 364 to 387. In the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Ed E. Shaw. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Lundbaum, Jack. 2013. Deuteronomy, A Commentary. Grand Rapids M.I., Eerdmans. Luce, Ulrich. 2005. Matthew 21 to 28, A Commentary. Hermania. Minneapolis M.I., Fortress Press. Machinist, Peter. 2005. Order and Disorder, Some Mesopotamian Reflections. pp 31 to 61. In Genesis and Regeneration, Essays on Conceptions of Origins. Ed S. Shaked. Jerusalem, Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities. Malamat, Abraham. 1997. The Exodus, Egyptian Analogies. pp 15 to 26. In Exodus, The Egyptian Evidence. Eds E. Frericks and L. Lesko. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Matthews, Victor. 2003. Marriage and Family in the Ancient Near East. pp 1 to 32. In Marriage and Family in the Biblical World. Ed K. Campbell. Downers Grove, Illinois, InterVarsity Press. McBrayer, Justin, and Howard Snyder, Daniel, eds. 2013. The Blackwell Companion to the Problem of Evil. Malden Mott, Wiley Blackwell. Milgrom, Jacob. 2000. Leviticus 17 to 22, a new translation with introduction and commentary. The Anchor Yale Bible. New Haven Court, Yale University Press. 2003. The JPS Torah Commentary, Numbers. Philadelphia, PA, Jewish Publication Society. Moran, William. 1992. The Amarna Letters. Baltimore, MD, Johns Hopkins University Press. Murnane, William. 2001. Battle of Kadesh. pp 166 to 167. In the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume I. Ed D. Redford. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Minerava, Jana. 2015. Introduction. pp 1 to 35. In the Elamarna Correspondence, a new edition of the cuneiform letters from the site of Elamarna based on collations of all extant tablets, Volume 1. Ed W. Schneeduind and Z. Kachavirani. Translated by A. Rainey. Handbook der Orientalistik, Volume 110. Leiden, Brill. Nelson, Richard. 2002. Deuteronomy, A Commentary. Old Testament Library. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press. Negro, Lorenzo. 2013 Jericho. pp 1-9 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Archaeology, Volume 2. Ed. D. Master. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2020 The Italian-Palestinian Expedition to Tel Es Sultan, Ancient Jericho, Archaeology and Valorization of Material and Immaterial Heritage. pp 175-214 in Digging Up Jericho, Past, Present, and Future. eds R. Sparks, B. Finlayson, B. Wagemakers, and J. Briffa. Oxford, Archeo Press Publishing. Olson, Dennis. 1998 The Book of Judges. pp 721-888 in the New Interpreter's Bible, Volume 2. Ed. L. Keck. Nashville, Tennessee, Abingdon Press. Otto, Eckhart. 2019 Offenses Against Human Beings in Private and Public Law. pp 35-43 in the Oxford Handbook of Biblical Law. Ed. P. Barmash. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Postgate, J.N. 1992 The Land of Assur and the Yoke of Assur. World Archaeology 23, 247-263. Pressler, Carolyn. 1993 The View of Woman Found in the Deuteronomic Family Laws. Bei Haftzuerzeitschrift für die Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, Band 216. New York, New York, Walter de Gruyter. 2012 Deuteronomy. pp 88-102 in Women's Bible Commentary, 20th Anniversary Edition, Revised and Updated, 3rd Edition. eds C. Newsom, S. Ring, and J. Lapsley. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press. 2015 Sexual Legislation. pp 290-302 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Law, Volume 2, Mag WOM. Ed. B. Strawn. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Prop, William. 1999 Exodus 1-18, a new translation with introduction and commentary. The Anchor Bible. New York, New York, Doubleday. 2007 Exodus 19-40, a new translation with introduction and commentary. The Anchor Bible. New York, New York, Doubleday. 2015 The Exodus and History. pp 429-436 in Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. eds T. Levy, T. Schneider, and W. Prop. Switzerland, Springer. Quirk, Stephen. 2001 Second Intermediate Period. pp 260-265 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume 3. Ed. D. Redford. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Redford, Donald. 1963 Exodus 1:11. Vetus Testamentum 13, 401-418. 1986 The Ashkelon Relief at Karnak and the Israel Stela. Israel Exploration Journal 36, 188-200. 1992 Egypt, Canaan, and Israel in Ancient Times. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. 2009 The Land of Ramesses. pp 175-177 in Causing His Name to Live, Studies in Egyptian Epigraphy and History in Memory of William J. Mermanit. eds P. Brand and L. Cooper. Culture and History of the Ancient Near East, Volume 37. Leiden, Brill. Rosal, Hartmut. 2011 Joshua. Historical Commentary on the Old Testament. Walpole Mott, Peters. Riskop, Angela. 2011 The Wilderness Itineraries, Genre, Geography, and the Growth of Torah. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Roth, Martha. 1997 Law Collections from Mesopotamia and Asia Minor, 2nd edition. Society of Biblical Literature, Writings from the Ancient World, Volume 6. Atlanta, Georgia, Scholars Press. Russell, Brian. 2007. The Song of the Sea, The Date of Composition and Influence of Exodus 15:1-21. Studies in Biblical Literature, Volume 101. New York, New York, Peter Lang. Russell, Stephen. 2009. Images of Egypt in Early Biblical Literature, Cisjordan Israelite, Transjordan Israelite, and Judahite Portrayals. By Haftzurzeitschrift für die Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, Band 403. New York, New York, Walter de Gruyter. Scholes, Suzanne. 2010. Sacred Witness, Rape in the Hebrew Bible. Minneapolis, Minnesota, Fortress Press. Sari, Andrea. 2014. Borrowings to Create Anew, Intertextuality in the Babylonian Poem of Creation. Journal of the American Oriental Society 126, 507-519. Shaw, Ian. 2000. The Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Ed I. Shaw. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Schoberg, Ake. 1992. The Sumerian Dictionary of the University Museum of the University of Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, PA, University Museum. Smith, Mark. 2019. The Genesis of Good and Evil, The Fall and Original Sin in the Bible. Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster John Knox Press. Sommer, Benjamin. 1998. A Prophet Reads Scripture, Allusion in Isaiah 40-66. Conversations, Jews and Other Differences. Stanford Court, Stanford University Press. Sovic, Atul. 2011. The Problem of Evil and the Power of God. Boston Ma, Brill. Stark, Tom. 2011. Is God a Moral Compromiser? A critical review of Paul Copan's Is God a Moral Monster? 2nd edition. Tom Stark. http://tomstark.net/copen/stark_copen-review.pdf. Stripling, Scott. 2021. The 15th Century Exodus View. pp. 25-52. In 5 Views on the Exodus, Historicity, Chronology, and Theological Implications. Eds M. Jansen and S. Gundry. Grand Rapids, MI, Zondervan. Stager, Lawrence. 1985. The Archaeology of the Family in Ancient Israel. Bulletin of the American Schools of Oriental Research 260, 1-35. Tadmore, Hayam and Yamada, Shigeo. 2011. The Royal Inscriptions of Tiglath-Pileser III and Shalmaneser V, Kings of Assyria. Royal Inscriptions of the Neo-Assyrian Period, Volume 1. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Teague, Jeffrey. 1996. Deuteronomy, the traditional Hebrew text with the new JPS translation. The JPS Torah Commentary. Philadelphia, PA, Jewish Publication Society. Tsumura, David. 2007. The First Book of Samuel. The New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. Tushingham, A.D. 1993. Dibben. pp. 350-352 in the New Encyclopedia of Archaeological Excavations in the Holy Land, Volume IEDS E. Stern, A. Lewinson Gilboa, and J. A. Viram. Jerusalem, Israel Exploration Society and Carta. Usishkin, David. 2013. Lachish. pp. 63-75 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Archaeology, Volume 2. Ed D. Master. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Vandemirup, Mark. 2021. A History of Ancient Egypt, 2nd edition. Hoboken, New Jersey, Wiley Blackwell. Vandertoorn, Carol. 2007. Scribal Culture and the Making of the Hebrew Bible. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. Van Dijk, Jacobus. 2001 The Amarna Period and the Later New Kingdom. pp 265-207 in the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. Ed. I. Shaw. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. Van Wyck Bos, Johanna. 2019 The End of the Beginning, Joshua and Judges. A People and a Land, Volume 1. Grand Rapids, MI, Eerdmans. Wenham, Gordon. 1987 Genesis 1-15. Word Biblical Commentary. Grand Rapids, MI, Zondervan. Westbrook, Raymond. 2003 A Introduction, The Character of Ancient Near Eastern Law. pp 1-90 In a History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume I. Ed. R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. 2003 Bold Babylonian Period. pp 361-430 In a History of Ancient Near Eastern Law, Volume I. Ed. R. Westbrook. Atlanta, Georgia, SBL Press. 2009 A Death in the Family, Codex Eshnana 17-18 Revisited. pp 127-137 In Laws from the Tigris to the Tiber, The Writings of Raymond Westbrook, Volume 2, Cuneiform and Biblical Sources. Eds B. Wells and R. Magdalene. Winona Lake Inn, Eisenbrunns. Wisnam, Selena. 2019 Blood on the Wind and the Tablet of Destinies, Intertextuality in Anzu, Enuma Ellis, and Era and Isom. Journal of the American Oriental Society 139, 269-286. Wright, J. Edward, Elliott, Mark, and Flesher, Paul. 2017 Israel in and Out of Egypt. pp 241-272 In the Old Testament in Archaeology and History. Eds J. Ebeling, J. Wright, M. Elliott, and P. Flesher. Waco, Texas, Baylor University Press. Wyatt, N. 2002 Religious Texts from Ugarit, 2nd edition. New York, New York, Sheffield Academic Press. Younger, K. Lawson. 1990 Ancient Conquest Accounts, A Study in Ancient Near Eastern and Biblical History Writing. Journal for the Study of the Old Testament Supplementary Series. England, Sheffield. Zavit, Zioni. 2013 What Really Happened in the Garden of Eden? New Haven Court, Yale University Press. 2015 Was Eve made from Adam's rib, or his baculum? Biblical Archaeology Review 41, 32-35. 2017 Echoes of Texts Past. pp 1-21 In Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed. Zavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. Zavit, Zioni. 2017 Subtle Citation, Allusion, and Translation in the Hebrew Bible. Ed. Zavit. Bristol Court, Equinox. Zuckerman, Sharon. 2013 Hazer. pp 475-485 in the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Bible and Archaeology, Volume I. Ed. D. Master. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. About the author. Dr. Joshua Bowen is the author of the best-selling books The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1, and Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian, An Introduction for Complete Beginners. He has also written Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery? And Learning to Pray in a Dead Language, Education and Invocation in Ancient Sumerian, a book about schools and prayer in the ancient world. He is dedicated to opening up the world of academia to interested non-specialists and breaking down the walls of the ivory tower. Joshua graduated from the Johns Hopkins University in 2017 with a Doctor of Philosophy in Near Eastern Studies, where he majored in Assyriology and minored in Hebrew Bible. His dissertation was entitled A Preliminary Study of the Sumerian Curricular and Lamentational Texts from the Old Babylonian City of Kish, and he specializes in the Sumerian language. Joshua was awarded the American Fulbright Scholarship, as well as the German Deutsche Akademischer Austauschdienst Scholarship for the 2014 to 2015 academic year, allowing him to spend a year in Tübingen, Germany, working with Dr. Konrad Vogt on his dissertation project. As well as his Doctor of Philosophy in Near Eastern Studies, Joshua holds a Bachelor of Science in Religion from Liberty University, a Master of Theology in the Old Testament from Capital Bible Seminary, and a Master of Arts in Near Eastern Studies from the Johns Hopkins University. Prior to entering academia, Joshua was a chaplain in the U.S. Air Force, where he also earned an Associate in Arts in Avionics. Joshua is a periodic contributor to the Digital Hammurabi YouTube channel and podcast. He lives in Southern Maryland with his wife, and 5 children. In his free time, when he's not researching his latest publication, he is researching something else, or being climbed on by kids. Sometimes both at the same time. Carnegie 1982, 117. Carnegie 1982, 117. Olson 1998, 863. Okay, maybe a little bit of a protection racket. Calendar 2000, 140. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 99. Calendar 2000, 159. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 105. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 115. By Etok 2001, 351. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 124. Wright, Elliot, and Flesher 2017, 248. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 128. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 130. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 131. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 136. Quirk 2001, 264. Carite 1995, 173. Carite 1995, 189. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 150. Bryan 2000, 238. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 159. Bowen 2021, 75 to 79. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 179. CPG 180 for a map of the 3 provinces or zones in Syria-Palestine. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 192. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 199. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 208. Van Dijk 2000, 287. Murnane 2001, 167. Van Dijk 2000, 290. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 212 to 213. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 229. Van Dijk 2000, 295. Van Dijk 2000, 302. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 262. Lemon 2016, 185 to 186. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 281. Vandemeerhoek 2021, 283. Lloyd 2000, 373. Lemon 2016, 188. Cook 2015, 37. Dever 2017b, 184 to 185. Collins 2018, 197. Dever 2017a, 153. Klein 2007, 109. While we will not deal with the problem here, scholars have long known that the accounts of Israel's activities in the land of Canaan that are presented in the books of Joshua and Judges are difficult to adequately reconcile. Dever 2017b, 181. Hoffmeyer 2021, 105. Jarity 2015, 58. Aharoni, Amaran, Elon, and Aharoni 1993, 75. Aharoni, Amaran, Elon, and Aharoni 1993, 75. See Volume I, Chapter 3 for more details. Aharoni, Amaran, Elon, and Aharoni 1993, 82. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 64. Jarity 1993, 627. Jarity 1993, 627. Jarity 1993, 627. Jarity 1993, 626. Dever 2003, 30. Dever 2003, 31. Tushingham 1993, 350. Tushingham 1993, 350. Tushingham 1993, 350. Tushingham 1993, 350 to 351. Dever 2017b, 121. Biankowski 1986, 1 and Nigro 2013, 1. Biankowski 1986, 1. Nigro 2013, 2. Nigro 2013, 2. Dissel 2017, 293. Dissel 2017, 293. For more detailed information on Kenyon's conclusions concerning the Late Bronze Age at Jericho, see Kenyon 1957, 256 to 265. Nigro 2020, 175. Nigro 2020, 177. Nigro 2020, 175. Nigro 2020, 183. Nigro 2013, 4. Nigro 2020, 187. Nigro 2020, 188. Nigro 2013, 4. Nigro 2013, 5. Nigro 2020, 194. Nigro 2020, 199 to 201. Biankowski 1986, 4. Biankowski 1986, 112. Biankowski 1986, 113. Biankowski 1986, 117. Biankowski 1986, 122. Biankowski 1986, 122. Kenyon 1993, 680. Biankowski 1986, 124. Nigro 2013, 6. In a recent online lecture, Lorenzo Nigro suggested that a wall fragment at the site may date to the Late Bronze Age. However, to my knowledge, no evidence has been published to date substantiating this conclusion. However, even if a wall fragment were found dating to the Late Bronze Age, this would not indicate that the entire city was surrounded by said wall, as pointed out by Kenneth Atkinson. Biankowski 1986, 124 to 125. Nigro 2013, 6. Biankowski 1986, 137. Dever 2003, 45 to 46. Klein 2007, 100. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 81 to 82. Nigro 2020, 204. Klein 2007, 109. Callaway 1993, 39. Callaway 1993, 39. Callaway 1993, 39. Drinkard 1988, 67. Callaway 1993, 40. Callaway 1993, 40. Callaway 1993, 41. Callaway 1993, 42 to 43. Callaway 1993, 44. Callaway 1993, 44. Dever 2003, 47. Finkelstein 1988, 69. Klein 2007, 109. Finkelstein 1988, 70. Dever 2003, 47 to 48. Dever 2003, 48. Dever 2020, 37. Klein 2007, 110 to 111. Finkelstein 1988, 72. Hoffmeyer 2019, 79 to 80. Hoffmeyer 2019, 79. Atkinson argues that such large-scale erosion would have left significant remains at the site. Ussishkin 2013, 63. Ussishkin 2013, 63. Ussishkin 2013, 63. Ussishkin 2013, 64. Ussishkin 2013, 64. Garfinkel, Kremerman, Hazel, and Klingbeil 2019, 122. Garfinkel, Kremerman, Hazel, and Klingbeil 2019, 122. Ussishkin 2013, 65. Ussishkin 2013, 65. Ussishkin 2013, 66. Ussishkin 2013, 66. Ussishkin 2013, 66. Ussishkin 2013, 66 to 67. Ussishkin 2013, 67. Klein 2007, 112. Dever 2003, 49 to 50. Klein 2007, 111 to 112. Klein 2021, 117. Bentor 1993, 594. Zuckerman 2013, 475. Bentor 2016, 11. Finkelstein 1988, 98. Bentor 2016, 14 to 15. Zuckerman 2013, 477. Zuckerman 2013, 478. Zuckerman 2013, 478. Zuckerman 2013, 478. Zuckerman 2013, 480. Zuckerman 2013, 481. Bentor 2016, 113. Bentor 2016, 115. Bentor 2016, 115 to 116. Zuckerman 2013, 482. Bentor 2016, 117. Bentor 2016, 126. Bentor 2016, 121. Bentor 2016, 121. Bentor 2016, 123. Bentor 2016, 121. Bentor 2016, 126. Klein 2021, 90. DeSalle 2017, 292 to 293. DeSalle 2017, 293. Dever 2017 B, 186. Faust 2006. Faust 2006, 15. Faust 2006, 33. From the television series Seinfeld, Season 4, Episode 12. Altman 2013, 290 to 291. Dever 2003, 108. Faust 2006, 35. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 119. Faust 2006, 36. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 119 to 120. Faust 2006, 38. For a general discussion of circumcision, see Hall 1993. Faust 2006, 88. Faust 2006, 88. Faust 2006, 91. Dever 2017b, 170. Stager 1985, 17. Stager 1985, 17. DeSalle 2017, 285. DeSalle 2017, 292. Dever 2003, 71. DeSalle 2017, 291. Dever 2020, 64. Klein 2007, 117. Dever 2003, 53 to 54. DeSalle 2017, 294 to 295. Finkelstein 1988, 348 to 349. Dever 2020, 64. Dever 2017b, 223. Dever 2017b, 230. Elon 2019, 300. Elon 2019, 300. Dever 2017b, 222. Rosal 2011, 15. From the hymn My Lord Knows the Way Through the Wilderness by Sidney Cox. Levy, Schneider, and Prop 2015. Papers from a similar conference were published in Frerichs and Lesko 1997. Russell 2007, 149. Brenner 2011, 175 to 177. Gianta 2016, 19 to 20. Dozman 2009, 326. Dozman 2009, 333. Russell 2009, 157. Russell 2009, 89. Gianta 2016, 20. Specifically, he assigns numbers 23:7-10, 18 to 24, 24:3-9, and 16 to 19 to archaic biblical Hebrew. For these arguments, see, for example, Gianta 2016, Russell 2009, 89 to 103, Levine 2000, 230 to 234. Prop 2015, 431. See also the use of the verb in Leviticus 25. Dozman 2009, 527 to 528. Russell 2009, 108. Milgram 2003, 200. Russell 2009, 125. Grab 2014, 61. Hoffman 1989, 170. Dearman 2010, 122, FN 9. Russell 2009, 44. Ideval 2017, 117. Russell 2009, 56. Russell 2009, 60. Redford 1986, 197. Grab 2014, 63. For an overview of the Amarna period, see Bowen 2021, 75 to 79. For a more detailed overview of the historical setting in Canaan during this period, see Minerava 2015, 18 to 31. Moran 1992, XXVI. Moran 1992, XXVIIIXXIX. Killebrew 2005, 32 to 33. Killebrew 2005, 37. Grab 2014, 67 to 68. Allen 2003, 16. Allen 2003, 16. Malamat 1997, 21 to 22. Allen 2003, 16 to 17. Allen 2003, 16. Kitchen 1998, 94, FN 107. Kitchen 1998, 94, FN 107. Hoffmeyer 2021, 105. Hoffmeyer 2021, 106 to 107. For a fuller explanation and defense of his position, see Hoffmeyer 2005, 155 to 159. Hoffmeyer 2005, 156. It is possible that the number in Exodus 12:37 is the older number, which the later texts in Numbers adjusted to a more realistic number. Prop writes, for example, as for the discrepancy between E's round 600,000 and P's 625,550, I assume a priori that the former number was original and schematic, while the latter was fabricated to lend verisimilitude. Levine 2000, 144. Prop 1999, 414. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 58 to 59. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 60. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 59. Redford 1992, 409. See for example Hoffmeyer 1997, 2005, and 2021. Hoffmeyer 1997, 223. Wright, Elliott, and Flesher 2017, 241. Klein 2021, 86. Redford 1963, 2009, Helk 1965, Hock 1994, Hoffmeyer 1997, Kitchen 1998. A recent summary of these arguments can be found in Grab 2014, 73 to 74. Redford 2009, 175. Wright, Elliott, and Flesher 2017, 255. Wright, Elliott, and Flesher 2017, 255. Grab 2014, 72. Hoffmeyer 1997, 119 to 121, Kitchen 1998, 83, by Etok 2015, 26. Dever 2017, 182. Wright, Elliott, and Flesher 2017, 263. By Etok 2015, 27. Grab 2014, 78, referring to Riskop 2011, 196 to 198, 247. Bato 2015, 188. Grab 2014, 78. Wyatt 2002, 395. See pages 395 to 398 for full translation and limited commentary on the text. Grab 2014, 78. Wright, Elliott, and Flesher 2017, 260 to 261. Finkelstein 2015, 40 to 44. For extensive archaeological details on the site, see Cohen and Bernick Greenberg 2007. Finkelstein 2015, 42. Grab 2014, 79. Finkelstein 2015, 41. Dever 2020, 34. Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 63. Dever 2020, 33. Levy, Schneider, and Prop 2015, v. At 1 Jarity 2015, 55 to 64. Jarity 2015, 55. Jarity 2015, 56-59. Stripling 2021, 25-52. Jarity 2015, 56. Jarity 2015, 58. Jarity 2015, 58. Hoffmeyer 2021, 86. Killebrew 2005, 152. Jarity 2015, 60-61. For example, another recent interpretation of the Exodus can be found in Friedman 2017. Prop 2015, 429. See also an extended section on the historicity of the Exodus tradition in Prop 2006, 735-756. Prop 2015, 432. Prop 2015, 435. Handel 2021, 235. Handel 2021, 245-250. Handel 2021, 245. Finkelstein 2015, 39. For a full presentation of Finkelstein's position, see Finkelstein and Silbermann 2001, 48-71. Finkelstein 2015, 49. Prop 2015, 429. Prop 2015, 433-436. Prop 2015, 435. Dever 2020, 13. For a good overview of the problem of evil in general and its application to the God of the Bible, see resources like McBrayer and Howard Snyder 2013, Bergman, Murray, and REA 2011, and Sovic 2011. Avalos 2019, 131-132. CAD, 89-90. CAD, 101-102. Rosal 2011, 8. For those Hebrew scholars out there, while I have presented the verbal form in the kal or pile stem, I realize that it is actually in the hifal. However, I have written it in the simple stem for the sake of the reader. Dozman 2015, 56. Rosal 2011, 8. Gerstenberger 1996, 20. Van Wijkbos 2019, 46. Craigie 1976, 177. Tigay 1996, 85. Lundbaum 2013, 586. Nelson 2002, 251. Lundbaum 2013, 586. Hess 1996, 254-255. Collins 2019, 149. Tsumura 2007, 394. Goldingi 2020, 252. Wenham 1987, 332. Hamilton 1990, 436. Lundbaum 2013, 363. Avalos 2019, 132, quoting Archer 1982, 121. Collins 2019, 151. Bowen 2021, 131-138. Postgate 1992. Postgate 1992, 251. Livrani 2017, 12. Livrani 2017, 33. Postgate 1992, 255. Crouch 2009, 51. Livrani 2017, 118. Foster 2005, 300, Tukulti-Niner to Epic, I, lines 32-33. Foster 2005, 302, Tukulti-Niner to Epic, I, lines 24-29. Foster 2005, 303, Tukulti to Epic, 2, lines 13-14. Foster 2005, 307, Tukulti to Epic, 3, lines 25-27. Foster 2005, 308, Tukulti to Epic, 3, lines 37-39. Livrani 2017, 117-118. Foster 2005, 319-320, Assam to Asur for Tukulti to I, line 16-21. Livrani 2017, 124, quoting Tadmor and Yamada 2011, 91, Tiglath-Pileser 337, line 16-21. Collins 2019, 151. Copen 2011. For an extensive and thorough response to this book, see Stark 2011. See especially Copen 2011, 170-173. See also Younger 1990. Copen 2011, 171. Dozman 2015, 67. Copen 2011, 171. Copen 2011, 172. Grayson and Novotny 2012, 167. The Chicago/Taylor prism is also called Sennacherib 22, found in translation in Grayson and Novotny 2012, 172-186. Grayson and Novotny 2012, 172, Sennacherib 22, lines I1-9. Grayson and Novotny 2012, 173, Sennacherib 22, lines I57b-64. Krianga 2016, 169. Rosal 2011, 142. Hess 1996, 194. Ald 2011, 169-170. Tsumura 2007, 394-395. Cook 2003, 22. Collins 2016, 5. Collins 2019, 158. Luce 2005, 282. Collins 2016, 348. Collins 2019, 164-165. Block 2015, 50. Dollar 2015, 69. Block 2015, 48. King 2020, 240. King 2020, 240. Block 2015, 48. Collins 2019, 163. Collins 2019, 165. Collins 2019, 165. I am very grateful to J. Caballero for reviewing this chapter and providing valuable insights and suggestions. Westbrook 2003a, 80. Westbrook 2003a, 80. Pressler 2012, 97. For a recent summary with bibliography, see Lipka 2019, 60-61. Roth 1997, 17-18, Laws of Ornama 7. See Roth 1997, 17. If you are interested in learning Sumerian, take a look at our book Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian, an introduction for complete beginners. Enlil and Ninlil, lines 63, 91, and 117. Lafont and Westbrook 2003, 219-220. Greengus 2011, 52. Lafont and Westbrook 2003, 220. Translation from Falkenstein 1956, 341 to 343, NG 205, 18 to 26. Erlama, der Sohn de Lubaba, hat Kata, die Tochter de Lugalijahush, de Gartners, geheiratet. Weil, ohne das es Erlama, der Ehemann, was saint, ein fremder Mann bei ihr geschlafen hat, den die es bezuglichen Eid verwagert, Kata seiner Aussage zustimmt, wurde Kata geschieden. Goudet, der Staataltists, Kommissar. Lafont and Westbrook 2003, 220. Roth 1997, 63. Roth 1997, 63. Roth 1997, 69. Barmash 2020, 150. Westbrook 2003b, 417. Roth 1997, 105, Laws of Hammurabi 129. Roth 1997, 106, Laws of Hammurabi 133ab. Driver and Miles 1952, 285. Roth 1997, 158, Middle Assyrian Laws A13. Roth 1997, 158, Middle Assyrian Laws A14. Roth 1997, 158, Middle Assyrian Laws A15. Lafont 2003, 555 to 556. Roth 1997, 158 to 159. Lafont 2003, 556. Roth 1997, 160 to 161, Middle Assyrian Laws A23. Roth 1997, 237, Hittite Laws 197 to 198. Roth 1997, 236, Hittite Laws 187 to 188. Roth 1997, 236, Hittite Laws 189. Roth 1997, 236 to 237, Hittite Laws 195a. Roth 1997, 237, Hittite Laws 196. Pressler 2015, 292. Pressler 2015, 292. Kohler and Baumgartner 2001, 142. Pressler 2015, 292. Scholz 2010, 106. Dozman 2009, 529. Pressler 2012, 98. Pressler 1993, 33. Roth 1997, 110, Laws of Hammurabi 155. Driver and Miles 1952, 318. Roth 1997, 105, Laws of Hammurabi 129. Roth 1997, 157 to 158, Middle Assyrian Laws A12. Lafont 2003, 556. Roth 1997, 160 to 161, Middle Assyrian Laws A23. Greengas 2011, 62. Roth 1997, 237, Hittite Laws 197. Hassa 2003, 648. Westbrook 2003a, 35. Matthews 2003, 10. Westbrook 2003b, 386. Roth 1997, 17, Laws of Ornama 6. Civil 2011, 255 to 257. Civil 2011, 246. Civil 2011, 257. Roth 1997, 17 to 18, Laws of Ornama 7. Lafont and Westbrook 2003, 219. Barmash 2020, 176. Roth 1997, 63, Laws of Echnuna 26. Civil, Gelb, Oppenheim, and Reiner 1977, 360. Brinkman, Civil, Gelb, Oppenheim, and Reiner 1980, 328. Schoberg 1992, 83, UM 55-21-426 plus, Rev 22-16. Roth 1997, 106, Laws of Hammurabi 130. Civil, Gelb, Oppenheim, and Reiner 1971, 3. Civil, Gelb, Oppenheim, and Reiner 1971, 3. Huffman 2019, 125. Roth 1997, 110-111. Westbrook 2009, 132. Driver and Miles 1952, 319. Nelson 2002, 272. Fox 2000, 245. Craigie 1976, 295. Roth 1997, 174-175, Middle Assyrian Laws A55. C. Gelb, Jacobson, Landsberger, and Oppenheim 1959, 81-82, Gelb, Landsberger, and Oppenheim 1962, 5-12, Civil, Gelb, Oppenheim, and Reiner 1977, 439-440. Westbrook 2003a, 80. Lundbaum 2013, 638. Freemerkensky 2003, 1035. Otto 2019, 42. Nelson 2002, 373. Nelson 2002, 373. Tighe 1996, 208. Nelson 2002, 373. Roth 1997, 18, Laws of Ornament. Roth 1997, 17, Laws of Ornament 6. Lafont and Westbrook 2003, 219. Roth 1997, 64, Laws of Echnuna 31. UM 55-21-426 plus, C. Finkelstein 1966, 359-360 for an edition of the text. Finkelstein 1966, 360. Westbrook 2003b, 422-423. Milgram 2000, 1665. Greengas 2011, 68. Milgram 2000, 1665. Copen 2011, 102. Block 1997, 469. Lines 147 to 156 of Tablet 11 of the Standard Babylonian Version of the Epic of Gilgamesh, translation by George 1999, 93 to 94. Plagiarism, University of Oxford, https://www.ox.ac.uk/students/academic/guidance/skills/plagiarism, retrieved November 20, 2021. Van der Toorn 2007, 5. Cook 2001, 354. Van der Toorn 2007, 47. Zivit 2017, 14. From Seinfeld Season 9, Episode 3, The Serenity Now. From Seinfeld Season 8, Episode 19. From Seinfeld Season 7, Episode 9. Zivit 2017. Kelly 2017, 28-29, where he references Ben Porad 1976. Kelly 2017, 28. Kelly 2017, 28. Kelly 2017, 35. Zavit 2017, 3. Kelly 2017, 29. See also Sommer 1998. Kelly 2017, 29. Carr 2017. Carr 2017, 42. Carr 2017, 43. Carr 2017, 46. For an English translation of the story, see Foster 2005, 556 to 578. Foster 2005, 445. Foster 2005, 564, Anzumith, late version, Tablet I, lines 72 to 75. Foster 2005, 557, Anzumith, Old Babylonian version, Tablet 2, lines 17 to 22. Foster 2005, 558, Anzumith, Old Babylonian version, Tablet 2, lines 37 to 40. Foster 2005, 560, Anzumith, Old Babylonian version, Tablet 2, lines 69 to 72. Foster 2005, 569 to 570, Anzumith, late version, Tablet 2, lines 53 to 67. Foster 2005, 571 to 572, Anzumith, late version, Tablet 2, lines 105 to 113. Another interpretation is that Anzu is so distraught at the loss of his pinions that he is distracted, thus leaving him open to Ninurta's attack. See Wisnam 2019, 272, FN 16 for discussion and bibliography. Foster 2005, 573 to 574, Anzumith, late version, Tablet 3, lines 20 to 23. Lambert 2013, 444. For a lengthy discussion, see pages 439 to 444. Lambert 2013, 59, Enuma Elish, Tablet I, lines 157 to 158. Lambert 2013, 69, Enuma Elish, Tablet 2, lines 85 to 88. Lambert 2013, 87, Enuma Elish, Tablet 4, lines 30 to 32. Lambert 2013, 89 to 91, Enuma Elish, Tablet 4, lines 66 to 70. Lambert 2013, 91 to 93, Enuma Elish, Tablet 4, lines 93 to 104. Lambert 2013, 93, Enuma Elish, Tablet 4, lines 131 to 132. Lambert 1986. Machinist 2005, Sari 2014, and Wisnam 2019. Lambert 1986, 59. Wisnam argues that this language fits well in the story, see Wisnam 2019, 274 to 275. Baden 2017, 114. Baden 2017, 115. Smith 2019, 79. Leonard 2017, 109. Hendel 2005, 33. The Marriage of Martu, lines 127 to 139. Hendel 2005, 29. Foster 2019, 3. Foster 2019, 100, The Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 347 to 353. Foster 2019, 189. Hendel 2005, 29. Kip Davis, Personal Communication, November 30, 2021. Car 2021, 45. Lambert 2013, 51, Enuma Elish, Tablet I, lines 1 to 4. Homestead 2008. Blenkinsop 2011, 30 to 31. Blenkinsop 2011, 31. Car 2021, 46. Kohler and Baumgartner 2001, 1690. Blenkinsop 2011, 33. Lambert 2013, 51, Enuma Elish, Tablet 1, lines 1 to 4. Hosfeld 2005, 279. Hosfeld 2005, 279. Estes 2019, 273. Keel and Schroer 2015, 149. Blenkinsop 2011, 35. Car 2020, 10. Car 2020, 11. Car 2020, 36 to 37. Gilgamesh, Enkidu and the Netherworld, lines 1 to 13. Ambos 2004, 201, A Building Incantation, lines 1 to 10. Original German translation, Ein Reins Haus, ein Haus der Götter waren Rainam Ort noch nicht erbaut, Rohr war noch nicht hervorgekommen, ein Baum noch nicht erschaffen, ein Siegel noch nicht angelegt, ein Siegelform nicht hergestellt, ein Haus nicht erbaut, ein Stadt nicht errichtet, ein Stadt nicht errichtet, Gettier nicht vorhanden, Nipper noch nicht erbaut, das Iker nicht errichtet, Uruk nicht erbaut, das Iena noch nicht errichtet, der Opsu noch nicht erbaut, Eridu noch nicht errichtet. Das Reihenhaus, das Haus der Götter, ihr Wohnung, war noch nicht errichtet, ja alle Länder waren noch ein Meer. Enki and Ninmah, lines 1 to 2. Enki and Ninmah, lines 8 to 10. Enki and Ninmah, lines 30 to 32. The Song of the Ho, lines 3 to 7. Farber 2015, 69. Das Fangt mit der Trennung von Himmel und Erdien. Nach einer Liebewollen Beschreibung der Prachtakt de Gottes in Lil Word die Erschaffung der Menschen geschildert, Bader die Hackathon in een Menschen an like Form stricht und dan die Erde aufgrabt, aus der die Menschen wie Pflanzen sprießen. Foster 2005, 229, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet I, lines 1 to 3. Foster 2005, 235 to 236, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet I, lines 204 to 215. Collins 2018, 72. The Debate Between Sheep and Grain, lines 1 to 2. The Debate Between Sheep and Grain, lines 20 to 25. Zavit 2013, 140 to 150, Zavit 2015. Baden 2019, 168. For this citation and others, see the CAD, 125 to 126. Jastrow 1903, 1285 and Levy 1995, 256. Foster 2019, 6 to 7, The Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet I, lines 102 to 111. Lambert 2013, 111, Enuma Elish, Tablet 6, lines 1 to 8. Foster 2005, 235, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet I, lines 190 to 191. Wenham 1987, 69. For the Ugaritic evidence, see Del Olmo Leet and San Martin 2003, 233. See Car 2020, 33. Foster 2019, 96, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 230. Foster 2019, 96, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 231 to 232. Foster 2019, 99, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 318 to 322. From the television show King of the Hill. Foster 2019, 99 to 100, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 325 to 331. Foster 2005, 528, Adapa and the South Wind, Fragment B, lines 36 to 39. Foster 2005, 529, Adapa and the South Wind, Fragment B, lines 71 to 83. Blenkinsop 2011, 74. Obviously there are two accounts of the flood, and each interacts with the Mesopotamian traditions in nuanced ways. However, for the sake of simplicity, we don't need this to get too complicated here. We will try to focus on the final form of the text as much as possible in this short section. Foster 2005, 250, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet 3, Column 3, lines 32 to 37. Foster 2005, 250, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet 3, Column 3, lines 53 to 54. Foster 2005, 247, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet 2, Column 8, lines 34 to 35. Foster 2019, 95, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 192 to 195. Kilmer 1972, 172. Day 2013, 107. Day 2013, 107. Foster 2005, 247, Atrases, Old Babylonian Version, Tablet 3, lines 29 to 33. Foster 2019, 89, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 48 to 55. Day 2013, 107. Lambert and Millard 1969, 111, Atrases, The Assyrian Recension, Tablet 4, lines 54 to 56. Carr 2020, 158. Foster 2019, 93, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 11, lines 172 to 180. Carr 2020, 155. Falwell, Blame Abortionists, Feminists, and Gays, The Guardian, November 19, 2001, https://www.theguardian.com/world/2001/sep/19/September 11.usa 9, retrieved June 8, 2022.